I'm Cindy Jerome, and it's my privilege to serve as your town and school district moderator. Can you hear me in the back? Still not loud enough?
Just move up to the front.
Your select board chair has an opinion about this. Now I imagine you can hear me. That's pretty loud. Okay, thank you. Because both the town meeting and school district meeting are warned for 10 a.m., I will call both meetings to order. This year, the town portion of the meeting will occur first, and so I will recess the school district portion until the conclusion of the town portion. The Dummerston Town meeting and town school district meeting are hereby called to order. The school district meeting is recessed until the conclusion of the town meeting. Please rise, if you are able, for the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to begin again this year with an invocation that originated in Danville, Vermont. We are gathered together in civil assembly. We gather as a community in the oldest sense of the word. We gather to come together and try to make decisions about what is right and what is wrong. Let us advocate for our positions, but not at the expense of others. Let us remember that there is an immense gap between saying, I am right, and I believe I am right. And that our neighbors with whom we disagree are good people with hopes and dreams as true and as high as ours. And let us always remember that in the end, caring for each other in this community is of far greater importance than any other difference we may have. And I think we do a good job at that. We have lost some members of our community in the last year. I will read their names and then we'll have a brief moment of silence. Victor Burdo, Arlene Busby, Janet Avery, Fred King, Ian Kachuk, Daryl Rhodes, Chuck Gouger, Fred Bokum, Sam Bunker, Ingun Hamill, Ken Carpenter, Suzel Collins, Glenna Annis, Barbara Wayman, Sharon Gary, Kara Surridge, Howard Smith, Marlon Paquette, Joyce Scott, David Williams, John Evans, and Florence Howe. Thank you. I miss Florence in that front row seconding everything. Let's acknowledge and thank the scores of people who work to make our town as special as it is. On pages 2 and 3 of your town report, all of our elected and appointed officials are listed. There's one correction. Jonathan Royce serves on the Conservation Commission. His name should appear instead of Dana Aquadros. If your name is listed, or if you serve on our road crew, volunteer fire department, or rescue squad, please stand. What's the matter with you guys? I'll remind you of the Adopt a Book program in the school library. It was pointed out to me this morning that some of the most generous donors to that fund are no longer with us, so it may be time for younger generations to get involved. Thank you. This meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community Television for broadcast on Comcast and Southern Vermont Cable. You can watch the meeting on Channel 10 or online on demand at brattleboro.tv.org. Please put your cell phones on vibrate. It'll be very embarrassing if it goes off. In order to speak, you must be a registered Dummerston voter. It is our tradition, however, to make an exception for certain individuals. If there's no objection, I will allow our school principal, Joe Carroll Ratty, our school district superintendent, Ron Staley, and the school district business administrator, Frank Rucker, to speak. I will give the same privilege to our legislators and will interrupt our proceedings when they arrive so that they may present their reports and answer your questions. You must also be a registered Dummerston voter to vote on any issue today. If you are not a registered voter, will you please raise your hand? Okay, thank you. We'll break for lunch around noon. It's provided by the good folks at the Grange, headed by Larry Lynch Jr. Larry, is the price for lunch the same as last year? $7 for adults and $4 for children? Thank you. Good deal. If you have difficulty standing, you have the option of holding up a card when a division of the house is called. Please raise your hand now if you would like a card. Here in the front, Jesse? Anybody else? And just behind her, Jesse, as well. Thank you. Lori Frechette, our town clerk, has prepared a very nice summary of the rules of town meeting. Copies are on the chairs, and I encourage you to familiarize yourself with them. A few highlights. Robert's Rules of Order govern town meeting. All motions and remarks should be addressed to me, the moderator. To speak, raise your hand. When recognized, please wait for the microphone so that everyone can hear you, including those watching on TV because they couldn't make it here today. State your name first, even if it's your third comment. Thank you. We have several able assistants today running the microphones. Bran Tabachnik, Jesse Jerome Wren, Amelia Glickman, and Quinn Zucchini. Is Quinn here? No? All right. Thank you, Amelia. I ask the members of the Board of Civil Authority to be ready to count if a division of the House is requested or a paper ballot. My job is to help you, the voters, accomplish your will. If you're not sure how to do something, ask me. There's one other error in the town report. On page 4, under Town Capital Fund, interest earned should be $427.72. Added to the taxes voted, the sum is $133,427.72, and the balance in the fund increases to $309,296.72. And now to the town portion of the meeting. You'll find the warning on page 61 of your town report. Does everybody have a page 61? Isn't that a riot? I got the town report that didn't have a page 61, which was kind of funny. I'm glad you all do. I have a good one now, though. Article 1 refers to the election of town officers by Australian ballot and so requires no action by this body. Article 2, to act on the auditor's report of the town accounts. Is there a motion?
Cindy, I move that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts.
It has been moved and seconded that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts. Is there any debate? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have accepted the auditor's report of the town accounts. Article 3, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes.
Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded to authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes. Is there any debate? All in favor of the motion on the floor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have authorized the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes. Article 4, to see if the voters will vote to raise a sum of $170,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs.
Madam Moderator, I move that we raise $170,000 through taxes and appropriate that amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. Second.
It has been moved and seconded that we raise $170,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. Is there any debate? Yes, Isha.
Isha Williams, is now the right time to propose a increase in the investment in the Farmland Protection Fund?
It is not, Isha. That will be under the general budget.
Okay.
I will remind those of you who wonder, it is the next article under which we approve spending from the capital fund. This is just raising money for future capital needs. Seeing no further debate, Paul? Bram, Paul? Mr. Hatfield to the rescue.
Is that the exploding? Paul, you're done.
Try the mic again, Paul. Try it now, Paul.
I'm working on it. Is that working now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. My question revolves around, I heard that we were not going to be making, or that the fire truck, which is coming up under a couple of other articles, I don't know if this is accurate or not, but I heard on a rumor that it wasn't going to be proposed. Now, is that correct? This is addressed to the Select Board.
I'm happy to answer unless you want to. The question was, Paul had heard a rumor that Article 6, authorizing a new fire truck, was not going to be proposed. And I will confirm that when we get to Article 6, the fire department has asked the Select Board to not move that motion. They are not yet ready for that new fire truck.
Okay, so then that article calls for a payment of $62.5 out of the capital fund. So do we still need the $170,000 to be put into the capital fund if we're not going to be spending $62.5 out of it?
Thank you.
I think our thought process on that is that the fire truck request will come back next year.
It can't be turned off. I wonder if it's just
So our answer to that would be, we are anticipating that there will be a request next year, And so in order, and also the town will be expensing, hopefully, purchasing a grader also. So we felt it was probably due diligence to leave that in this year towards the fire truck. It is in a reserve fund, in the capital fund, for a future purchase. That would help offset some of the costs in the future, and we might not have to borrow so much money when we do buy the truck at a future town meeting. So we felt it would be important to leave that in there to level fund, or to help carry the capital fund forward. Also, if you look out to year 2021 maybe, you'll find that the capital fund actually is a zero balance or close to. And so we think it's important to leave something in the capital fund so we don't come with real aggressive, like next year if we needed a fire truck and a grader, it would be a pretty substantial increase in 1 year. So we're trying to blend it out over a number of years. That was our thought process for leaving the request at 170.
If you'd like to look at the capital fund that Steve referred to, it's on page 23. The motion on the floor is to raise the sum of $170,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. Any further questions or debate? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. You have set aside $170,000. Article 5, to see if the voters will authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a 1-ton dump truck at a price not to exceed $90,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the purchase of a 1-ton dump truck at a price not to exceed $90,000 and pay for it from the capital fund.
I'll second that.
Hughes seconds it. Motion has been made and seconded to authorize the purchase of a 1-ton dump truck at a price not to exceed $90,000 and to pay for the purchase from the capital fund. Any debate? Yes.
Eric Kruger. Eric,
It's on you.
you can hear me?
Okay. So bring the other mic.
Eric Kruger. I know some of our larger trucks have a guaranteed buyback, and I'm just curious if this truck has the same policy, and if so, how does that impact for future purchases?
Thank you, and it looks, Emilio, like it's going to be your mic. Is there an answer?
This truck does not have a future buyback on it. Generally, it's the Max and the bigger trucks, as you stated, that we can get a buyback on. We don't, where this particular unit is going to operate, we don't really need the bigger truck. In fact, it might be detrimental in some of the roads that the 1-ton goes on. What we're actually looking to purchase is a 1-ton truck with a dual wheel diesel with an Everest dump body, a tailgate sander on it, plow, toolbox. We're going to get an extra set of rims and tires and set it up for the radio communications. We're actually replacing a Ford 350 pickup, so we don't really need a bigger truck. And we do need something a little bigger than the pickup to plow, like over in the Sunset Lake area and some of the smaller roads in town. So this is what the Highway Department has requested.
Are you ready for the question? It has been moved and seconded to authorize the purchase of a 1-ton dump truck at a price not to exceed $90,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And you have purchased a dump truck. Article 6, to see if the voters will authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a new fire truck at a cost not to exceed $325,000, and to authorize the financing of said fire truck through promissory notes not to exceed a term of 5 years, and to authorize the payment of the first year's debt service from the capital fund in the amount of $65,000.
Madam Moderator, the West Dummerston Volunteer Fire Department has informed the Select Board that they plan to postpone the purchase of this fire truck. Therefore, we withdraw the Article 6.
The article is withdrawn. There is no debate when an article is withdrawn. Louis, it sounds like you might have a question. Can we get the mic over for Louis, please?
Louis White. I'm just wondering if this is going to be for next year, or is there going to be a special town meeting for this?
I don't think we have the answer for that directly from the fire department yet. I would hope it would be postponed till next year's town meeting, but they certainly would have the option to get a petition together and have a special town meeting. But at this point, what limited discussions we've had, we think it would be at next year's town meeting.
Article 7, to see if the voters will approve total general fund expenditures of $512,093, of which $311,560 shall be raised by taxes and $200,533 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2017 to June 30th, 2018.
Madam Moderator, I move that we approve general fund expenditures of $512,093, of which $311,560 shall be raised by taxes and $200,533 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2017 to June 30th, 2018.
The motion has been moved, the article has been moved and seconded. You'll be explaining?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, may I have the podium? All right. So we've been making such fast progress. I'm here to slow things down. To discuss this, if you would like to, in your hymnals, turn to page 15. All on page 15? Down at the bottom of page 15, you'll see the summary of municipal taxes. This is just the background. I'm going to ask for a handout, a quiz, before we vote on this, just to make sure you're following along. You'll see what we voted in 2016, and you'll see what we're proposing for this year. Difference of, just off the top of my head, that looks like $121,371 increase. And before you light the fire under the pot of tar and start ripping apart the pillows, I would like you to look over on page 14, the top of page 14, where you'll see last year we had a surplus of $87,121, which went to reduce the amount that we raised by taxes last year. This year, you'll see we have $19,124. And just, again, off the top of my head, that seems like a $67,996 difference. We also have some increases. So $121,371 isn't as bad as it looks, is what I'd like you to think, at least. So going back, let's go back to page 18, and we'll go down this over the next 3 hours. I'll take you down through these. Under the Select Board section, I don't know why we call it that, but not a whole lot of increases. You'll see the Wyndham Regional Commission, which gives us advice and helps with planning, is going up a bit. The Wyndham Solid Waste Management assessment is down just over $1,000, but it's not really a bargain this year because they're discontinuing the recycling roll-offs. So we're not getting much for our money out of that, in my personal opinion. We have FICA, Medicaid, retirement. Health insurance is going up. We have a new person on who will be getting health insurance this year, so that is increasing that. We're putting some money into the HRA account, and some more insurance. Going down to administration, we're increasing the wages for the town clerk and the treasurer. Not by much, we don't, but that's something like less than a 3% increase, I think. Going on over to page 19, you'll see we have, on the advice of the listers, put in $44,250 for the first portion of a town-wide reappraisal. And that's not money that's raised from taxes. On page 7, you'll see that we have a reappraisal fund, and each year the state sends us about $9,000 that goes into this reappraisal fund to be used when eventually we have a town-wide reappraisal. Going on down, we have planning and zoning, not a whole lot of change there. Municipal building. Under public safety, the sheriff's department, you'll see an increase of a couple of $1,000 there. Under our budget that you approved last year, $11,760. The sheriff came to us in June saying he needed to increase the amount of the contract. So what we actually paid in this fiscal year was $12,240 for 240 hours of coverage. We're proposing to go up to 290 hours, 50-hour increase that we'll use during the peak season, usually when school is starting in September and then early in the summer, if that's correct. And let's see, turning the page to page 20, the Rescue Inc. was level funded. The fire protection, the amount we give for their operating costs, level funded. You'll see a new line item, $32,335, which will be the first loan repayment on the new fire station that you voted for earlier in the year. Emergency management, we got a grant that will pay for 2 years of emergency management planning. So last year's budget, where we had budgeted $5,000 when we were going to be paying for it out of pocket, actually was raised to $15,000. We have one more year, this next fiscal year, where we'll have that $15,000. Health and welfare, our Social Services Advisory Committee had recommended a 10% increase. They reduced that to about a 6% increase. Cemeteries, most of that increase is just mowing lawns and cleanup, raking in the fall, cleaning up in the spring. There's $1,000 in there for the repair of stones. The Recreation Board wanted a $500 increase. Community Center isn't asking for anything this year. Lydia Taft asking for a $1,000 increase. And we're level funding our conservation section. Historical Society of Windham County level funded at $250. County tax went down just a little bit. And with that, any questions?
This works, I'm told. Any questions? Yes, Isha in the back.
Isha Williams, the same question as before. Is this the right time?
Yes, it is.
I would like to make a motion to increase the Farmland Protection Fund from $2,500 to $5,000 a year. Can I say why?
Let's see if the motion is seconded, and then I'll ask you to explain why. So Isha has made a motion to amend the motion on the floor. The amendment would increase the budget line for the Farmland Protection Fund from $2,500 to $5,000. Is there a second? Okay, several seconds. Thank you. Yes, Isha, please explain.
In the past, the town has invested $5,000 a year in the Farmland Protection Fund. I propose that we return to that investment. We have Donald Trump as president. On his first day in office, President Trump deleted every mention of climate change from every federal government website. One of the best things we can do to slow down or hopefully stop climate change is protect open space. Republicans control Congress. Here in Vermont, we have a Republican governor who wants to cut taxes at all costs, regardless of how that'll harm our schools, programs to help poor people, or the environment. In Dummerston, we now have a chance to show that government can do something good. We can permanently protect farmland. In Dummerston in 1960, there were about 300 houses. Now there are about 800 houses. We're losing our open space. The Farmland Protection Fund saved the Bunker Farm in 2014. That was 169 acres. This year, the fund saved, or I believe is in the process of saving, about 50 acres of farmland along Route 5. There is a lot left to be done. The Miller Farm and the Scott Farm are each hundreds of acres. Florence Howe's land, I just didn't realize until now that she had died, but the land that belonged to her, I don't know who owns it now. On Old Ferry Road is another example of beautiful prime farmland that should be protected. Also the hayfields along Rice Farm Road. So that's it. I just feel like this is a great opportunity to do something positive, at a time when the situation is dark.
Is there further debate on this amendment? Can we get the mic up here, Amelia?
Eric Kruger, can somebody show me where in the town report there's a list of the assets currently found in the Farmland Protection Fund?
Top of page 6. As of June 30th, 2016, the Farmland Protection Fund held $30,810.54.
If we approve this $2,500, our balance will be $36,585.79. We're going to, at some point, we voted to take $15,000 for the property on Dummerston Station Road, after which they haven't asked for yet. That will leave a balance of $21,585.
So that's the balance after the $15,000 for the Dummerston Station Road property, and if we approve Isha's amendment.
No.
Oh,
if
okay.
we stick with the $2,500 that the Select Board is recommending.
Thank you.
Hi. Does this one work? Yes. Thank you.
Your name?
Diana Lisher Goodband, and I'm on the Farmland Protection Committee. And we did discuss whether to, how much to ask this year. And we were very clear, unanimously came to the decision that we would not ask for more than $2,500 this year. And we're mindful of all of taxpayers, all the costs of running the town this year in a difficult year in general. not knowing what to expect from the administration or anything else at this point. But next year, it could change, but we're also mindful of raising money possibly in other ways rather than just taxpayers' funding. Thank you.
Could I speak?
Please.
So, a little history. The fund was created to provide seed money for the purchase, towards the purchase of endangered farmland. It was never intended to outright purchase farmland. So we've been asked for the bunker farm to contribute $18,000, and then this year we've been asked to contribute $15,000. So it's, we're trying to keep an amount that could be, it shows just goodwill on the part of the community. And then that seed money is used when the Vermont Land Trust goes to other agencies and groups to solicit the bulk of the purchase price.
Yes, down front, please.
Lyle Holliday. I'd like to speak in support of this amendment. I feel there can be no greater support for our community as it is than protecting our farmland and continuing to grow our farmland. I would urge you to think about how Dummerston is now and what we want Dummerston to look like in the future.
In the back, please.
Hello, Jessie Diamondstone. I also urge the community to support this request to increase the grant budget for protecting agricultural property. I think what's really prudent here is to remember that this is not only an investment in food security for our community, but on a very basic financial perspective, what we're doing here is investing in what we might think of as a multi match. The way that this fund has been used in the past, it shows the state that we're all in agreement in this community that agricultural land is precious, and therefore the state, when they need to choose which of a multitude of towns in the state will receive state funding, it becomes apparent that we're invested because we have been investing on a regular basis, no matter what the amount to our seed money is. So I think this is a very prudent of us to invest in this way. Thank you.
In the back, Jody.
Jody Normando. I'd like to echo what Lyle and this young lady has said about the farmland. They don't make any more land. And the way things are going nationally, we need to be able to grow a lot of our own crops. We have some of the best land in the state in Dummerston here, and so far some of them have gotten conserved. And there are a lot of young people out there, surprisingly, that are getting into farming. It's a different kind of farming. It's not the black and white cow. It's the agriculture for food. And so I would like to encourage more money put into this. I know there's other ways of getting it from people, but I think the town really needs to take a stand that we do believe in this. We do not want used car lots on Putney Road. We want farms. Thank you.
Is there further debate?
Cindy, Joe Cook. If memory serves correctly, there have only ever been 2 appropriations from this fund, and those are the very recent ones that were just mentioned. Sadly, there are not a lot of working farms in the town of Dummerston. And to just address something that Isha said, if memory serves correctly, for the last several years, I believe the town has appropriated $2,500, and that's the recommendation, I guess, of both the Farmland Protection Committee and the Select Board. Thank you.
Thanks, Hugh Worden. I just add to this. It's not a, and I appreciate the concern, and it's a concern that it gets brought up here every year. But this is not a single focused approach. The town plan, the town zoning bylaws, and then the Farmland Protection Fund they all work together. So I think there can be an unfounded fear of rampant development, but that's not going to happen based on the way our zoning bylaws and our town plans support the development of Dummerston, whether residentially or through business. So it's not a single focus. This is the Farmland Protection Fund is not the only venue that is going to protect our town if that's a concern. So, and I think we also have to keep in mind that we worked with the Farmland Protection Committee on this. So they are the people that have our fellow citizens who have volunteered, who are on this committee, who came to us with the recommendation of the appropriation or the request for the bunker farm and now for this new land down on Route 5 that we approved about 6 weeks ago. So I honestly believe we need to use them as our experts, and they are concurrent with us that what they see as a need for this, $2,500 is adequate. So though I think your thoughts in trying to raise this are you have reasoning and you're founded in your beliefs, the reality of the matter is that the citizens we've asked to work on this committee have worked with the Select Board. They've come up with a dollar figure that they believe is adequate to continue to sustain this fund, never allowing it to, essentially they never use more than half of the balance in the fund. So between town plan, zoning bylaws, farmland protection, I think we can rest easy that we are supporting the Farmland Protection Committee the way they feel they need to be supported to protect the lands that have been identified as critical farmlands in Dummerston. I think the $2,500 is adequate, and I think we need to consider the Farmland Committee as our representatives. That's what they've asked for. That's what we should support.
Ed in the front.
Ed Anthes. I appreciate the work of the Farmland Committee and the Select Board in putting together the budget. However, I rise to speak in support of the amendment. As Hugh just said, it's the policy that only 50% of the amount in the fund be expensed on a single project. The two projects that we have spent money on have been $15,000 and $18,000. We wouldn't have that kind of money available unless we build up the fund. So I support raising an extra $3 per household roughly for this year to make the amount that goes into the fund at $5,000 rather than the $2,500.
Any further debate?
One last. And I would speak not as a Select Board member, but as a farmer.
Do you want to say that into the microphone?
Okay, I'm speaking now not as a Select Board member, but as the orchard manager for the Scott Farm. And because we subsidize Landmark Trust, our property taxes, we're one of the highest, our tax bill is one of the highest in Dummerston. And so it's ironic that, we're being taxed more to protect farmland when we're trying to keep enough money to pay our taxes and keep going as a farm. So I'm, as the manager of the farm, I would urge you to support the fund as a seed money for future projects and keep it at the $2,500 that the Select Board in their wisdom has suggested.
Isha, you had your hand up?
Joe, I think you just said that there's not a lot of working farms in Dummerston. Did I hear that correctly? I guess, it's subjective what counts as a lot, but I just want to list a few of them. There's the Scott Farm that Zeke just mentioned. There's the Miller Farm, the Walker Farm, the New Leaf CSA, which is my wife's farm. There's Elijah Hills, which is, I believe, now part of the Walker Farm. There's the Bunker Farm. There's numerous farmers who mow our hay fields to make hay. I think there's one called Full Plate, if I have that right, on Miller Farm, a new farm. Someone could correct me if I have that wrong. Does anyone remember any more farms that I'm forgetting? Nelson Gilson and Bonnie Gilson's the other Gilson Farm on Route 5, which is another one that would be great to have protected. I think I'm probably forgetting some, but just a few examples. Oh, and I'm sorry, one last thing while I have the mic. Hugh Warden, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe he said that zoning will protect the farmland, so therefore we don't need to increase our investment. Did I have that right?
That's not what I said. I said it's a multi-pronged approach at protecting our land.
Okay. Well, I just feel the zoning we have now, I believe the smallest lots that they allow is 2 acres, right? Or in the village centers, is it half acre? Okay, the areas that are farmland is 2 acres, and that is, okay, so, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but that kind of zoning is not going to save the farmland. It obviously hasn't. I mean, if you look at where houses have been built over the, like I mentioned, we went from 300 houses to 800 houses approximately. They're not being built close together like you see in, downtown Brattleboro, downtown Putney. They're being built on farmland and forest land.
Beverly Tier.
I'm Beverly Tier, and I think we shouldn't even be discussing zoning here because there's a lot of misinformation going back and forth, and I would like to call the question.
Beverly is asked to call the question. You get to vote on that. I want to make sure I tell you the right thing. Yes. Beverly has moved to call the question, meaning we would cease debate. Is there a second? Okay. There's no debate. 2/3 of you need to agree to cease debate for this to pass. All in favor of ceasing debate on the discussion of this amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We will cease debate on this amendment, and now we will vote on it. The motion on the floor is an amendment to Article 7, General Fund Expenditures. The amendment would increase the Farmland Protection Fund from $2,500 to $5,000. That would change Article 7, increasing the total amount and the amount raised by taxes, each by $2,500. All in favor of the amendment on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? No. I'm going to call for a division of the House. Those standing in the back, will you please make it clear what your vote is by where you put your body? Like go to the way back if you're not voting, or sit, move forward if you are voting. A division of the House means everyone first who is in favor of this amendment will stand or hold your card high. Board of Civil Authority members, please take a section and count and report back to me. Thanks. You are standing if you are voting in favor of increasing the amount the Farmland Protection Fund gets. Please stand until you're sure you've been counted. Zeke, you've counted this section? Yes. You're double counting, okay. Please remain standing if you can. If you are in favor of the amendment on the floor. I'm sorry? Yes, I do. You can just, 26 in that section, okay. And the center section, who's counted there?
I thought Paul was doing the center section.
Paul, are you counting the center section?
Paul and I did this section.
Could a member of the Board of Civil Authority please count the center section?
I thought Paul was.
And what do you have?
34.
34.
I thought Paul was counting the middle and Geraldine was counting that.
You've been counted. You can sit. Those over here, and the benches have also been counted. Please remain standing in the middle until we have a number. Center section, please remain standing if you're in favor of this amendment. Okay. All be seated, and now those who are against the amendment and want to keep the amount at $2,500, please stand. Again, if you can each count a section. Is that in the center or on the left? The left, okay. I'm sorry? 20? Mm-hmm. Okay. I put 5 down for the select board, so 28, 29. Okay. Yes. Yes, I did. 30, 57. Bill Holiday already gave me 20. No, yes, Bill already gave me 20 in that section. Okay. Okay.
I think they can be seated. Can they be seated, Cindy?
I'm sorry?
Can they be seated now?
I'm sorry. Yes, you may all be seated. Forgive me. I did. Wow. The final count is 79 in favor of the amendment and 82 against. Wow. I commend you on your thoughtful votes. It was very close, Isha. Maybe next year. So we are back to Article 7. It has not been amended. Yes, Harold in the front. Harold, could you wait for the microphone and now state your name?
Harold Newell. I'd like to ask the question, now that Yankee's been closed down for more than a year, and we spent $5,000 last year, why do we increase this $10,000 this year? There's no more added cost that I can see.
Harold, we budgeted $5,000 last year when the funds from Vermont, Entergy Vermont, and the state stopped. So we raised $5,000. After we'd had town meeting, Entergy and the state agreed to provide all the towns in the evacuation zone with $15,000 for fiscal year 17 and $15,000 for fiscal year 18. So we're not raising that money. The $5,000 that we proposed to raise just went back into the general fund. So, so for both years, we're having 15,000 that are coming from Entergy and the state.
Any further questions about the budget? Linda?
Linda Rubenstein. I wondered what county tax is and what it does.
Linda wonders what county tax is and what it does.
The county tax is made up by the judges at the Superior Court, and it goes to the maintenance and repair of the Superior Court building, and also goes for supporting the Sheriff's Department for training, repairs of the Sheriff's Department building, and that's essentially most of what it goes to pay the judges. So.
Any other questions? Linda Rood?
Linda Rood, you mentioned that the Wyndham Solid Waste allotment has decreased slightly, and also that we're losing services of our recycling bins. And I'm wondering why the budget doesn't reflect any attempt to help us have a way to conveniently continue to recycle here in town. I'm really concerned that if it's not convenient, people will stop doing it, and we'll have increasing problems in other ways. So I'd like to know why there's nothing in the budget that reflects that, and what you might be planning to do about that.
Okay, so we have no way of knowing how many Dummerston residents use the roll-offs. We note that there are about 200 people in town that have stickers to use the Ferry Road facility, and we know that we're only guessing that there are hundreds, a couple of hundred people who have private trash haulers. Under the recycling law, trash haulers are required to pick up recycling at no additional charge for the homeowners that are using private trash haulers. We got some pricing, and it was based on the last full year of records that Wyndham Solid Waste had for picking up recycling. We're guessing that if we were to put it as a budget item to continue the recycling, the roll-off bins at the town garage, we'd have to raise another $20,000 to the budget, and we didn't think that that was where people have an option to either arrange with their private trash hauler or to take their recycling to Ferry Road themselves. We thought that we would see how it goes this year and see what happens.
Beverly?
Beverly Tier. Recycling in Dummerston has never been really easy in that you have to put all your stuff in the car and take it to the roll-off. We aren't going that much farther to go to Ferry Road.
Lyle, you had your hand up?
Lyle Holiday. To piggyback on Linda Rood, I'm wondering if there's been discussion about food composting and what we're looking for in the future with that.
Cindy, I, on this board, was actually in favor of an article to continue the recycling bins. My motion was defeated. I was actually planning to speak against that motion at this meeting. And the reason for that was because, as Zeke said, a lot of individuals, a lot of families have their trash or their recycling picked up by their private trash haulers. We were advised at the time that recycling would continue to be free on Ferry Road. And just within the last 10 days, we were advised that indeed it's not going to be free on Ferry Road. One will need to purchase a sticker in order to recycle on Ferry Road. They don't know how much that sticker is going to cost. I believe they are $25 now, and there's going to be a meeting of the Solid Waste District this Thursday that I plan to attend, at which they will decide how much those stickers are going to cost. I think this board universally expressed its frustration with the Solid Waste District at our last meeting over the timing of this issue. Even if we were to continue to the recycling bins in Dummerston Center and add another, whatever it is, $20,000 to the budget, we don't know what all the other towns in our area are going to be doing. And suffice it to say, the recycling bins on up at the town yard are not a secure facility. And the concern that this board has is that if we were to continue with those bins, and those were the only free place to recycle in the Brattleboro area, we would be inundated with recycling from our neighbors, and we as taxpayers would pay for their recycling. The concern that I have that has kind of been touched on is that folks that are struggling financially may choose either not to recycle as is required by the law, or perhaps, worse yet, leave their recycling by the side of the road or other inappropriate places. So this is an ongoing issue that we have struggled with, and as I say, we were kind of upset with the district's handling of this and the timing of this, where it was announced just prior to town meeting, where we did not have an opportunity to do anything about it. And again, we're not going to know how much it's going to cost until after this meeting. Thank you.
Lyle had a question about composting. Can one of you answer that?
I cannot answer the composting question. I will defer that one. But I just as a point of clarification on what Joe said, as far as the unknown cost, is that the unsecure facilities, that 18,000 is based on, that Zeke mentioned, would be based on what we have figured out as Dummerston's use of, as far as tonnage that goes into recycling bins. So that's not necessarily a set cost. So with an unsecure facility, if other towns, there's a tip fee and a per ton fee. So if other towns were up there, or other residents from other towns were up there putting their recycling in our bins, we would be shouldering the cost of that through the tonnage and the tipping fee of that. Just to let you know that 18 is not necessarily a set figure that was mentioned as we try to work through this problem. 20,000, sorry.
Okay, so the composting question. I guess it's this year where later in the summer, institutions, schools will be required to separate compost from trash and recycling. And I think it may be the following year when residential composting goes into effect. We haven't heard from the Wyndham Solid Waste what their plans are in regard to that.
Yes, up there, Suzanne.
Hi, Suzanne Weinberg. I have two questions. One is, what are we getting for the amount in the budget that now goes to the solid waste district? And the second thing is, if we wanted to urge the waste district to give us a year to try and coordinate with other towns and try to find a good solution that works for the most residents possible, would this be a good time to write letters to the district, or should we write letters to the select board with the idea that, Joe, you would share those letters with them on Thursday?
Please.
In answer to what we're getting from the district for what we're paying, I think that's a question the select boards has themselves. There is a shutdown charge for them to eliminate some of their services, and they're going to not do the bins anymore. So there's a charge associated with that. But if anybody watched our last meeting or attended our last meeting with solid waste, our two solid waste representatives, I know they discussed the organics. The solid waste is hoping to have a much broader organics program there. But you also might want to know that your select board is asking for at least a year of no charge for taking our recyclables down to solid waste. We think that the solid waste district is where this issue should be solved. And some of the issues that we thought about, we want to make sure that people can go there 6 days a week. Maybe it's more than just 8 to 5. They should open their hours. Maybe they need a pass, whatever. But this needs to be resolved at the solid waste district first. I think they have a lot of question in their mind how they're going to operate now. I guess that's my thought.
In the back, please, Michelle. Mm-hmm.
I'm Michelle Charrier. I am appointed by the Select Board to represent the town to the Waste District. In answer to your question about whether or not you should write letters, send them to the Waste District. If you want to be kind, you could copy the Select Board so you know as a resident what it is that you are concerned about. As regards to the quote that the Select Board received, did that include the roll-off bins?
No, we figure we've paid for those roll-off bins over the course of the years that we've been paying the assessment.
And was that also...
And plus they're kind of a little on the shabby side, so...
I agree.
Yeah.
So that's
I
just...
don't think we would, yeah.
That's just for service then?
Just the service.
Pick it up
Right.
once weekly?
As needed.
As needed. And where will it go?
It was based on the haulage records from 2015.
And it's going to be...
So the number of hauls for plastics and the number of hauls for cardboard.
Would it still be dual stream?
No, it would be single stream.
And where would that go? Probably Rutland to Casella is my guess.
It would go away.
Yeah. Truth be told, that's the way the market's moving, regrettably. I'm a firm believer of dual stream recycling, but it's not my choice. It's the way the market goes because theoretically it's easier to put everything you want to recycle into one container. It's not as valuable when the plant that takes it separates it out because eventually it gets separated again. It's not as valuable, it's not clean. So indeed, there are things that may have been taken over the years that you think you're recycling. It's not reusable, it's not being recycled, it's actually trash. Just so you're aware of that. As regards to compost, yes, that is a current issue of discussion by the board in general because of the state law. And if recollection serves, I think that the law says that residents will be on the deadline of 2020. It's the organizations that are very large producers right now that have to compost in 2017. So there are a few years to get used to it. I would have to reread Act 148 to refamiliarize myself with the dates. But I represent what you think and want. So if you contact the Waste District, I will hear about it. Or if you read the Views of Dummerston, you'll see my name on the inside front cover. You can also reach me there, too. Thank you.
Ed Spardella up front.
Ed Spardella. What I have is more a comment than a question, and that is that I have used the bins in the nigh under 3 decades that I've lived in this area. I've used the ones at the town garage here, in Putney, near the high school in Brattleboro, at Ferry Road, ours has been one of the cleanest and one of the ones that has been more recycling than trash. If you go to the one near the high school, people throw trash there all the time. The use of the word secure in talking about recycling is an important word because I don't know quite how to put this, but people left to their own devices are sometimes not quite interested in recycling so much as they're interested in getting rid of whatever they have that they don't want.
Larry, you had your hand up. Larry Crockett, right behind you, Bram.
Yes, Larry Crockett. This is a complicated issue, and I just to piggyback on what was said earlier, I've heard on good authority that not only is a lot of what we recycle ended up as trash, it's being shipped to China. I wonder if it's possible for this body to charge the selectmen with really giving us a good, thorough report on the whole recycling process and what, not only summarizing some of the things we've heard today, but really letting us know as citizens of this town what happens to our materials if we put them into a recycling bin, wherever that bin happens to be. I'd like to know a lot more than I do about the whole process. And is it possible to charge the select board with providing that kind of a report?
My inclination is to say that that information is already available at the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District. You know, we have two representatives to the town. We could do that, but how about we discuss that at one of our meetings and figure out whether we can do that or whether that information already exists in an accessible form through the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District.
Well, I'd be glad to volunteer to help out that process if that would be helpful. But I think we all need to know more than we do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right across the aisle, the gentleman.
Anyone else want to respond to
Hi,
that?
Tony Parmenter. A lot of the conservation in Dummerston is actually done by us, picking up trash and litter, especially in the high-trafficked areas like the swimming area on Quarry Road. And I know when I do that, I bring a lot of that stuff to the bins, and I'm wondering if any thought has been put into, what we might do to keep it clean if those are taken away.
Geraldine Wilson. So I'd like to follow up on Larry's comment, and I think that there is a lot to know. It's a complicated issue, and it's not just about recycling, it's also about trash. And I think the goal of such a group that would collect information would ultimately be, what can we do in our community for each other to be doing the right thing. So I also would like to be part of such a group.
Suzanne?
Thanks, Weinberg. Just to home in on the two questions I asked a little bit more, was I correct in understanding that the amount in the budget to the waste district is $21,000 and change? Is that correct? And, okay, I'm getting some nods. And that is in order to facilitate closing down of services so that we're going to be able to do less of what we've done for a long time, and to start up a future composting program. Am I correct that whoever answered that question, it's those two things? And the other, thank you, Michelle, for answering my letter question. Do those letters go, do they have to get to the district by Thursday's meeting, or can this be a little bit of an ongoing, because that's a quick timetable if people want to write. Ongoing. So if we want to ask for a year's moratorium to kind of work things out for the greater good of all of the small towns, and also try to deal with the finances and maybe even find out how many people this affects, then we could write letters. Thanks.
So the initial assessment without closing down the recycling operation at Ferry Road was $16,500 and something. And then they said there's an additional assessment of $4,500 or some change for the close down cost. They have to, they anticipate bonuses for their employees to stay on through the fiscal year, and there were other costs in mothballing the operation. Let me see.
Not as expensive as Vermont Yankee, though. It's not as expensive as Vermont Yankee.
Right. And then I can't remember. Oh, I would say you should email the Waste District if you want to get the biggest bang for your correspondence, because they're meeting on Thursday, and that might be a good idea. I understand that they're running a deficit right now of over $100,000. I've heard $120,000, and that they're going to vote on Thursday to take out a loan, the repayment of which we would be assessed for probably starting next year. So I kind of don't have confidence that our assessment is going down anytime soon.
Beverly Kenny in the front here, Bram.
Beverly Kenny. I want to share my experience of recycling between using the roll-off bins and having my trash hauler pick it up. I own the Brattleboro North KOA campground, so you can imagine we have a lot of recycling. And when we used to bring the materials up to the roll bins, I think we were a lot less compliant than we are today, having our trash hauler pick it up, because it's so much easier to do it that way. We have 4, I'd say they're 100-gallon bins that were provided by the company who picks it up. We have those picked up once a week in the season, along with broken down boxes lying alongside. And we are charged $12.50 to pick those 4 things up along with our trash. So it's very cost effective, much more cost effective to have our trash hauler take it away than for us to spend the time and the energy, the gas, to get up to any roll bins. The other thing too I want to say is that the cost and the benefit of recycling is so much a fluid target right now. I think it's a bad time to make an investment without knowing where recycling is going to go in the future. I have more of a sense where it's going to go. And if, at the risk of sounding like Kelly Ann, my hauler is good enough company, and they do their own recycling processing, so it's still dual stream with them. And they don't send it off to someplace else. They take care of the processing themselves.
Molly in the front, please.
It's fun to see these kids grow up. I'm Molly Stoner, and I would just like to say I'm listening to this conversation and hearing about this issue as outside of ourselves. And I would just like to remind everyone in this room, as I do the 4th graders every year in our natural resources unit, that this really starts inside ourselves, and that there's an opportunity to conserve and to reduce our potential needs for recycling. And, and so, yeah, I just want to introduce that to the conversation and to remind everyone that we have purchasing power in terms of the garbage that we produce.
Molly, you want to hand the microphone to Joyce next to you? Thanks.
Thanks. Hi, Joyce Marcel. I just want to say that I'm really upset that we're losing the rollover boxes, and I would like the Select Board to reconsider and keep them, because I don't have a hauler. I live even further away than Molly does, and with the folding the cereal boxes flat and washing out the cans and taking them to the town when we can, our costs for trash is about $100 a year, and we have a dump sticker. And this is just going to make it much more expensive. And I think the reason that this whole thing has come up is because Brattleboro is angry at the way that their rollover boxes are being used, and they're blowing up the solid waste district and causing us, every small town, a lot of problems with that, which makes me wonder about Act 46 and letting that happen. So I'm really angry at Dummerston. I'm really angry at the pressure they're putting on us. I would love at least a moratorium of a year, because I know they were going to raise the price of the stickers. I think you've said that they're going to charge us for using the rollover boxes. They're not available all the time. It's just a wonderful thing that we do in Dummerston, and I'm not really sure I care that other towns might sneak in a bag or two of garbage, but for me, this is a huge problem. Thanks.
So if you do have a dump sticker, then you can take recycling there at no additional charge. So one thing we're thinking about for other residents from other towns using our recycling bins is we're thinking of a wall, and we're trying to. Newfane's going to pay for it.
Eric Kruger. I have a little bit of knowledge about the recycling markets. I actually sat on a legislative committee that got us into this pickle about 10 years ago, where we sat and we identified the waste streams in our community that were most easily accessible. And so I believe at the time we did that, can and bottle recycling was actually not required. And I believe now it is, although you really wouldn't know the difference. And then we identified things like organics, e-waste. Now you'll notice there's paint take-back programs. Brown Roberts, you can take your latex paint back. So these are all things that came out of this legislative process. And so now we're starting to pick pay-as-you-throw, for example, was something that came directly out of that process. And all towns are going to eventually do that. Brattleboro implemented it early. I believe the contract in the last year was assigned to Triple T. Triple T chose to do single stream, and if you ever go down to their facility on 142, you'll see there's a pile of, unfortunately, mixed construction, demolition, and residential trash on one side of the yard, and a pile of mixed recycling on the other. I'd like to see that as C&D, household waste, and dual stream recycling. But at any rate, they have a huge pile of dual waste recycling, which they are now taking to Casella in Rutland, which has a single stream facility. It's cheaper for them. And the machines at Casella use wind and water and magnets to, maybe get 80% of it right. So there's always an argument in my industry of recycling. If you can increase the volume and you lose efficiency, bottom line, you're ahead of the game because you've got more people playing and you get more material diverted. In terms of the diversion, most of this material is going to China. China was a developing economy that was buying a lot of materials until a few years ago, and they still are. And unfortunately, the commodities market, and you can see this on logs driving up and down 91. Why are half the logging trucks driving up 91 and the other half driving down? Well, the reason is that they're getting paid $5 a board foot different or 20 cents a board foot different to drive it 200 miles north or 200 miles south. And so that's what drives these markets, is the cheapest place to send these materials. And right now, the folks that are buying are China. So Brattleboro did kind of blow up the solid waste district, which is highly dependent on commodity prices just because they took a huge chunk of the volume out of the solid waste district. And the solid waste district now has to figure out what they're going to do with a big piece of real estate. Are they going to stay in the materials handling business, or are they going to put solar panels on it and walk away from it? And unfortunately, I believe as a co-owner of that dump, we were stuck with these legacy costs until they can figure out what they're doing. So I don't think there's going to be a big change in the town assessment. I think there's a lot of head scratching at the district about how do we get out of this mess. But things are changing, and I'd like to say we have some control in Dummerston, but we're really at the whim of the winds of commodity prices for the most part. And in the case of the Ferry Road facility, aging equipment, I mean, we see what the roll-off bins look like. I don't know if you've ever looked at the trucks that deliver them, but you know, there hasn't been capital expenditures at that facility for a long time. I think because, you know, everybody's putting in a small percentage of their tax money into it, and there's no way to generate a large volume of waste. And this is not unique to our solid waste district. This is happening all over the state and all over the country.
Dan Normando in the back.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Dan Normando. I'm not sure if we have time. I'd like to make a motion that would amend the article, and I see our delegation here, so I just wanted to be polite and ask if I should do this now or wait.
We'll finish this article before we invite our
Okay.
legislators to speak. And yes, there's no other amendment on the floor, so you're welcome to do so.
Okay. And if it gets a second, I'd like to speak to it. I move that the reappraisal fund transfer line items in the revenue and expenditure sections of the general fund budget be removed.
Could you say that again, Dan?
I move that the reappraisal fund transfer line items in the revenue and expenditure sections of the general fund budget be removed, or deleted, or whatever the right term is.
Okay. And I think I did hear a second. Is that right? Okay.
May I speak to the...
Please do.
Thank you. When I initially heard that the town wanted to perform a town-wide reassessment, I asked why, and was told, well, it's been 10 years or so since it's been done, and that's when we're supposed to perform a reassessment. And some people are grumbling that their property is overassessed and that it won't cost us a dime. Sounds good, right? Well, not exactly. There is no requirement for towns to perform a reassessment every 10 years or on any set frequency for that matter. There is, and always will be, a small percentage of people who will complain about their property tax assessments every year, myself included. It's the nature of the beast. And while the act of performing a reassessment will not cost us much money, because it's paid for out of the state education fund, actually, the after effect of the reassessment will absolutely cost us money, and in all likelihood, a very significant amount of money. The only criteria requiring a reassessment are two factors called the common level of appraisal and the coefficient of dispersion. These two factors are defined by the state as follows. The common level of appraisal is a measure of how close a municipality's local appraisals are to the actual fair market value. So by example, our current CLA, which is the abbreviation for common level of appraisal, is 106.5, which means that our properties are assessed 6.5%, so 106.5, 6.5% higher than what they are selling for. The CLA is used by the state to equalize education taxes statewide with the goal of having properties of equal value pay equal amounts of school taxes. Now, this is the crux of my concern, and I'll come back to this shortly. But according to statute, Vermont municipalities must reappraise the properties in their town when the CLA falls below 80%. We're nowhere near that. We're above 100. The coefficient of dispersion, COD, is a measure of uniformity of appraisals for all properties on the grand list. For example, if a town has valued every property at 100% of fair market value, in other words, every property has an assessment to fair market value ratio of 100%, there is zero dispersion. There's no variation, so the COD is zero. Similarly, if every property is assessed at 80% of fair market value, so under assessed, there is also zero dispersion because they're all assessed at that number. However, if the town average assessment to sales ratio is 80%, but individual assessments vary markedly either above or below that average, then the disparity of the assessments will be reflected in a COD greater than 0. A COD of 0 indicates absolute fairness insofar as every taxpayer is appraised at the same percentage of fair market value. The higher the COD number, the greater the dispersion or disparity in how properties are assessed. Because of market fluctuations, a COD of less than 10 is unusual. According to statute, Vermont municipalities must reappraise the properties in their town when the COD exceeds 20%. Dummerston's CLA is 106.5, as I mentioned, and our COD is 10.84. And therefore, per state statute, Dummerston does not need to perform a reassessment anytime soon. So now the crux of my concern. I'll describe the direct and significant impact the CLA factor has on our property taxes. If you could, please turn to page 41 of the town report, and I'll give you a second to get there. The top of the page says 3 prior years comparisons format as provided by AOE. This is a very busy page, and luckily we only need to focus on the last 2 lines. But before we get there, I want to point out where the CLA is listed on this page. Please look down the left-hand side. You'll see line numbers. You'll see line number 32. And you'll see common level of appraisal, and you'll see where for each year from FY15 through the proposed FY18, the common level of appraisal is listed there. So now let's focus on the last 2 lines. Line 38 lists the pre-K combined total estimated homestead equalized school tax rate. So after all the calculations above, which you will hear more than you want to or need to this afternoon in the school district portion of the meeting, but that's the tax rate that comes from our expenditures of the school. Line 39 is where they apply the CLA adjustment. So if you look at FY18 on line 39, you'll see that the tax rate drops from $1.73.5 to $1.62.9. It drops 10.6 cents. This equates to a savings on your tax rate on your tax bill. This savings equates to $106 per every 100,000 of value of your property. If your property is valued at $200,000, your savings is $212. This is an okay thing, right? It's a great thing. And if we perform a reassessment, you will lose this savings because it's just a calculation. Not only will you lose this savings if a reassessment is performed, but in all likelihood, you will receive a tax increase because you will be losing the benefit of a CLA greater than 100. Because once you do a reassessment, with the market the way it is now, the highest the number will be for a CLA will be 100, and it'll probably be less than 100. So add insult to injury, you will receive this penalty for a very long time. The reason for this is that the real estate market, as the real estate market recovers, which we certainly hope it is starting to do, as it's been 10 years since the financial crisis of 07-08, and we really haven't seen much upward movement. But as the real estate market recovers, property values will increase, and as property values increase compared to the newly reassessed property values in town, the CLA will decrease. Why would we want to bring this burden onto ourselves? I'm not sure if anybody remembers what the CLA was back in 2006, but I'm going to tell you, it was 72.37%. That equated to a whopping $790 penalty for every $100,000 value of your property. So for a $200,000 house, property I should say, one would be paying a penalty above and beyond your regular tax bill of $1,580. This is the dramatic impact of what CLA does to everybody. So who here wants to stay out of the CLA penalty box? It's all very much in our control. You either approve this reassessment and hand over your purses and wallets, or you vote to remove these line items from the budget and push off any reassessment until we absolutely have to do one as stipulated by state statute. Thank you.
I'm Charlotte Annis. I'm a lister and also the town treasurer. And statistically, I can't argue with what Dan said because there is a chance that our CLA is going to decrease. The listers worked on, decided that now would be a good time for a reappraisal, not only because you should just do it every 10 years, because that's not what we thought, but every year we are approached to have properties reappraised. And the majority of time, it's everybody's right in this room to request a reappraisal. And the majority of times that reappraisal went down. So everybody who hasn't requested a reappraisal is still paying the same rate that they've been paying, or that's still paying on the same value that they've always been paying on. And we're picking up what the people who have requested a reappraisal and have had their value decrease, we're picking up that difference. And it just seemed like there was less and less equity in this town. And we also know that there are people that have done improvements on their home. We don't require zoning permits to do interior improvements. That may change your assessed value. So it seemed like it was time to restore some equity.
Any other questions or comments? Jean in the front, Jean Newell. Right down front, Amelia.
Jean Newell, one of the Dummerston listers, has been one for 18 years. I have two very good cohorts that we have discussed this whole reappraisal. I know I'm soft voice.
Jean, your mic is on, but put it right next to your mouth. Yeah?
Okay. I'm Jean Newell. I've been a lister for 18 years. I have two very wonderful cohorts who work long, hard hours working on our grand list. We have worked for 2 years discussing this with our advisor from PVR. He has advised us that we need to do this. We have been working on getting this information all together within the last year. September, we went to the Selectboard when we finally received a presentation for them from a company who would do the reappraisal for us. There were no real questions, no adversary remarks. We are very concerned that people that have not been reappraised since 2006, as Charlotte said, are paying somebody else's taxes. In 2006, when we did our reappraisal, our common level of appraisal was over 100. I don't know the exact number right now, but I could certainly find that. And we have, over the last 3 years, had an average of 15 parcels every year coming to us and asking for a reappraisal. Those go down, so you pay the tax. They don't. We are, let's see, what else have I got written down here? There are many equities, as Charlotte said. The sales are coming in lower from the appraised value that we had in 2006. And we would like to have fairness for all people in Dummerston, all residents that pay the good share of taxes. Oh dear. If we wait, another reason is that if we do wait for another 5 years, 10 years, I won't be here. The appraisal amount per parcel will skyrocket. That means we may not have the money set aside to do that reappraisal. Now we do. We have plenty. And we'd like to have your support. We'd like to have you trust the listers, trust PBR, their knowledge, our knowledge, and we'll do this and do the very best we can. Thank you.
Paul Normando, behind you, Amelia.
Is this going to work? Oh, it does. Thank you. I support the amendment also. I'm sorry, Paul Normando. You're welcome. I support the amendment also, not because Dan is my son, but because I've done the numbers also. And one thing to remember is that we pay 85% of our tax bill is a school-related bill. So if you're paying all of this impact that Dan had talked about, the $106 per $100,000 that would increase if the CLA was 100%, falls on your school tax, which does actually nothing to benefit the local community. This money all goes to the state of Vermont. To Jean's point about equity, that's reflected in the CLA and the COD. And the state says that if you don't need to do anything because you're not inequitably assessed. So that is a very compelling argument in and of itself. And being a member of the Board of Civil Authority, we have not, as a board, we have not seen many appeals to the board from the lister's assessment. We've only seen, I believe, 2 or 3 in the last 2 years, is my recollection. Cindy, you may recall that, but that's my recollection. And so if there's not that much discontent with people's assessment, if it isn't broke, why fix it? Thank you.
Other comments? Calvin in the back corner.
Well, maybe I don't need the darn thing.
It's right next to you, Calvin. Thanks.
Sorry, I didn't see you.
State your name.
Does
Calvin.
anyone have any difficulty hearing
Calvin,
me?
will you please put the mic up next to your mouth and state your
Does
name?
anyone have any difficulty hearing me?
Not anymore. Thanks.
All right. Dan, you
State
said...
your name.
Oh, Calvin Farwell. You said quite a piece, and I may not have got all of it. But it seemed to me your basic point was that if we reappraise where our CLA will go down, and that would hurt our tax rate. Now, as I understand it, a reappraisal does 2 things if it's done accurately. One is it would lower our CLA from 1.065 to 1.000. So that's pretty clear, and that's the point you made. The other thing that a reappraisal would do would be to lower everybody's appraisal on the average by that 6.5%. And those 2 effects would then effectively negate each other. And if there's something wrong with what I've just said, Dan will correct me. So I'm asking for a clarification of why those 2 things would not just cancel each other out.
Dan, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you. Yes, it sounds like that would be the case, but because the answer is no, it's not that simple because of the state education funding formula and how they're applying the CLA to a tax rate. I think your premise would be correct if there wasn't a CLA, that yes, decreased value, increased tax rate, it equates to the same revenue raised in the town. But this is a state education funding mechanism, and there's this added factor added in, and that's why I'm shining some light on it, because it's quite dramatic, the impact it has. It is the bottom line. On that spreadsheet, it shows you that after everything else is done, they add this multiplier, and it's quite costly. I will take advantage of the mic, if I might, and have my second allowed comment. Is that all right? Or do you want to wait and see if there's somebody else?
Do keep an eye on the time. Thank you, Dan.
Okay. Just very quickly, sorry. I had also heard that, yes, the advisor was recommending, the state advisor was recommending this, that the town do this. So I called and talked to Doug Farnham, the director of PVR, and very nice guy, explained a lot of things to me, but at the end of the conversation essentially said, man, you've got a great COD. Yes, your market is different than other markets. And in a slower market like yours, there's no reason to do this. But he wanted to be very cautious that he wasn't giving a maxim, but I think we've all seen sometimes, if we've worked with state people or any I shouldn't just say state people, any levels inside an organization, whether it's private or public, there are managers and then there's leaders, and they may have differences of opinion. So I went right to the top and got the opinion that there's no reason why we need to do this unless we want to do it.
There's an amendment on the floor.
I'm just going to take this mic for a minute to put my support behind the listers, but I was going to do some public math and then bet Zeke's animal catcher salary that I would get it right, but he's told me he couldn't afford to lose that $0, so. I'm going to throw my support behind the listers for a couple things. I think, to oversimplify it, no doubt, the state is going to get their money out of us regardless. There's a fixed cost to education, so they're going to get their money one way or another. They're going to set a tax rate, or they're going to come up with a formula that's going to equate to what they need to get from us. They're fortunate, unlike families, they decide how much they're going to spend, and then they figure out how to get the money, whereas we have to figure out what we have and then figure out how we're going to spend it. But there's a couple things. The reappraisal, when I've talked to the listers, it's going to level the playing field for the town. And I think that's the takeaway we need to look at. We're talking about Dummerston. People go into the listers, they get their houses reappraised. Who do you think goes there? Mostly the people who they think the value is going to go down. So then other people who don't go in, their taxes are going to increase because the grand list is going to change. And so first of all, just looking at Dummerston, we're leveling the playing field for Dummerston. We're going to go back, we're going to reset that to 1.0. Everybody will get reappraised over a 2-year period, and then our tax rates will be adjusted. And once again, each person will be paying based on the current fair market appraisal of their property. I'm the newest member of the Select Board, so I'm by far have a lot to learn still, but I think we have 3 listers who've been doing this for a long time, and if they come to us and they say, we have the money, it's been planned for years, it's time to do a reappraisal, we all can't be experts in everything. They're the people who do this for us. They have a finite amount of time, and I think that I am at least going to support their request for it. The money's available. They're asking to do it. I think it's an opportune time over the next, it's going to take a 2-year period before anything actually changes. And then, so what's at the summer of 2019, we will get that, we'll turn that into the state, they'll look at it and then they'll adjust. It's not like you're going to be behind. Once you turn into the state, then they will adjust your, the rate of tax based on your new appraisal. I hope that's an accurate statement, but anyway, I support the listers.
Joe, quickly.
Cindy, I would also echo some of the things that Hugh just said, and just touch on something Paul said. He's absolutely right when he said that 85% of your taxes are for the schools, and I hope you keep that in mind on this this matter where the that we're actually discussing, where the town's expenditures have increased significantly, but that indeed is 15% of your taxes. I think this is a matter of equity. The folks that have bought homes recently, and their real estate market, as Dan suggested, has been quite flat for the last decade. But I expect that the listers reflect recent selling prices in assessments, in current assessments. And we're really not talking about appraisals, we're talking about assessments, as I think is the more accurate term. But the effect of this is that people who have bought their homes recently at lower prices are paying lower taxes, and those of us that have neither bought homes recently nor have aggrieved our taxes are in effect subsidizing the taxes of recent home purchasers. For these reasons, I would defer to the judgment of both our listers and our treasurer and suggest that the amendment be defeated. Thank you.
Lewis?
Lewis White. I'm in favor of the motion. If people want, they can go to the listers, and I think the listers do a great job, just to let you all know that I do support you. I don't support doing a reappraisal. The numbers just don't add up to do a reappraisal, and I think in the long run, Dan is correct. It's going to cost even the folks that haven't grieved it more money, and even the people that have grieved their their appraisals, it's going to cost them more money in the long run. You've got to look at that, the bottom, the two numbers, put them together, and it's going to cost everybody more money. I don't care if your appraisal went down or you haven't had your had a reappraisal done. It's going to cost all of us more money, and I think we're all here not to pay any more money. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the amendment on the floor? In the back, please, standing.
David Baxendale. I think it's important to remember that many of the people that have sought a revaluation, a reassessment, actually the chances that of their assessment being inequitable is quite high. Many people that have not requested a reappraisal, they felt that theirs was quite fair. Therefore, I don't think we can say that it's that by reassessing everyone, it makes it equitable. I'm actually opposed to the reappraisal. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak to this issue? Just in front there, yes? John? Oh, you went past him, Jess. Can you stand, John? Thanks.
John Warren. Could somebody please explain how if the appraisal goes down, the taxes go up? That's what Lewis White said.
Dan, you've had your 2 turns, but if you can briefly respond to that. Thank you.
And I'm no expert, so I can be corrected at any time. It's just based on the work I've done. If your property value goes down, your tax rate will go up. That's true for municipal tax because the town needs to raise X dollars, and they're going to raise that X dollars regardless. And so it doesn't matter where the grand list goes. If the grand list goes down, the tax rate goes up because you got to get X dollars at the end of the day. For the state portion, that number comes from the state. The tax rate comes from the state. And so it's got nothing to do with your property values. I don't know if that answers your question, but it's got, well, it's multiplied against your property value, but the tax rate doesn't change based on your property. Oh, sorry, who am I talking? Oh, I apologize. I tried
Thank
to
you, John.
be personal. Madam Chairwoman, I think the question was, what's the relationship between the tax rate and the property value?
And I think you
So
answered
I think I've
so-
answered that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all right. Right in the front here, are you a voter, ma'am? Great.
Thank you. I'm Maeve Jenks. Sorry, there's a lot of people looking at me now. All of this is very foreign to me. I'm a young homeowner, and I have children in the school system. And I just wanted to kind of throw a wrench in it, that while 85% of this, like we said, is going towards our education, our country did just recently elect a president who is leaning towards privatized schooling. And so we really don't know what the future holds. So for us to hold back on something that the listers that we have entrusted in making this decision for our town for so many years, if they think that this is the right time for us, to hold off and wait for the retail market or the realty market to go back up in the same essence, the whole tax structure for our education could be changing within the next few years as well. So there are so many factors that, obviously I'm not looking to change anyone's mind. I just wanted to put that reminder out there that we may not be having the same educational tax rate in a few years that we do now, and it could all find itself changing very quickly. That's all.
Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment on the floor? Jean, you want to make your second comment?
I'd just like to comment on the question and comment regarding the listers not sending the property owners to the BCA. They get a grievance when their property is changed. They come to the listers, and we take care of it. So therefore, we are doing our job correctly. You do not need to go to the BCA. Thank you.
Roger?
Roger Turner, I'd like to call a question, please.
I've heard a second to calling the question. We need a 2/3 majority to cease debate on the amendment on the floor. All in favor of ceasing debate on the amendment regarding removing the reappraisal from the budget, please signify by saying aye. All opposed to ceasing debate, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. You've called the question, so now we will vote on the amendment. The amendment is in regards to $44,250, which is an expenditure in the budget. The amendment would remove that expenditure. It would also remove the revenue from the reappraisal fund in the same amount meant to cover this expense. It would leave that money in the reappraisal fund where it is now. All in favor of the amendment to remove the reappraisal, to delay a reappraisal, not do it this year, please signify by saying aye. All against the amendment, saying you do want the reappraisal to go ahead, signify by saying no. No. Too close. Another division of the House, please.
Can you tell us who counts where?
Okay. Hugh, that section. Geraldine, the center. Zeke, that section. Please stand if you are in favor of the amendment to not do an appraisal. Please remain standing. 2:30. Hugh? Okay. The section in the middle and the right may sit on the left. Please remain standing. We got two different numbers. If you're standing, you do not want to see a reappraisal happen now. And now, if you are against the amendment and you would like the reappraisal to go ahead as scheduled, please stand or raise your card. No, I can't now. Yes? Only 9, okay. The center section may be seated. The left section may be seated. Please remain standing on the right. Okay, so you guys are against, okay. Yeah, what about you guys? No. You're all no on the amendment. And yes, okay, I have that.
We already counted your votes, see?
All may be seated, thank you.
We already counted your vote. Oh, I was trying to get 2 votes.
The tally is 81 in favor of the amendment and removing the appraisal, and 58 against. So you have voted to modify the article on the floor to remove the $44,250 that was intended to allow a reappraisal this year, and you have removed it from the revenue as well. So the budget in terms of taxes raised is neutral.
Right. I assumed that they would also like us to take out that $2,574 from the lister's reappraisal wages.
Zeke points out that also in the budget is an amount of $2,574 for extra wages for the listers to do a reappraisal. I don't think this needs to come to a vote. I think the select board can zero out that line, but we're not going to take a vote on that unless there's an objection. Hearing none, we are back to the main motion, Article 7, to see if the voters will approve total general fund expenditures. That number is now reduced by $44,250, of which still $311,560 shall be raised by taxes, and the number raised by non-tax revenues will also be reduced by $44,250. Are there further questions or debate? Eric, you had your hand up.
Eric Kruger, I apologize to folks who are getting hungry. I didn't think we'd be spending that much time before my question. I wanted to think as a body here about our budget and the number of zeros behind our budget, and know that we are keeping our money somewhere until we use it. And I'm curious where the town has its money invested, whether it be certificates of deposit or checking and savings and such. And after I've heard that answer, I have a follow-up question.
Charlotte Annis, Treasurer. The general fund is transferred to a sweep account at Merchants Bank that is interest-bearing, and all the restricted funds are in money markets. The reappraisal fund is in a CD, and part of the cemetery fund is in a CD.
So my follow-up question is, you know, each financial institution has certain investment policies, and our state is very rich in local banks and credit unions that sometimes offer greater returns or more local lending. I also realize as a small business owner that some financial institutions don't have the capacity to administer the size of funds that a municipality might need to invest. But I wonder if any effort has been made on the part of the Select Board to examine the best resting place for our money, not only with respect to interest earned and service offered, but also the values of the organization that holds those funds. And I'm thinking, for example, of Vermont State Employee Credit Union as an example, but no particular credit union in mind.
Eric, this is something that we talked about during the budget session, I think it was a year ago, and I pointed out that the capital fund is earning 0.15%, and we could do a lot better elsewhere. And during the course of the last year, we actually adopted an investment policy that says that town funds need to be invested in institutions insured by the FDIC. A year ago, I proposed that perhaps we could increase sixfold the return on the capital fund and the town's funds by investing out of town. It's an interesting balance that the Select Board strikes. I mean, we're trying to, we have a fiduciary obligation to do the best that we can for our taxpayers by way of interest return. But I think there's also the countervailing argument that perhaps when funds are invested in local institutions, they support local businesses and homeowners. So that's the balance that we are facing, and it's not something that I've really pushed. But I think that just sort of gives you an idea of the some of the considerations with which we are faced. But for the time being, I guess our funds, as Charlotte mentioned, are invested with Merchants Bank, which is, of course, a local institution. I think perhaps they were recently acquired, although I'm not sure. That is certainly the trend.
Yes, Larry.
My understanding from past town meetings has been that we, the voters, can change the bottom line, the total amount that we want to have raised and expended, but we can't change a line item. Does the Select Board have the authority to hold a reappraisal in their wisdom and save $44,000 somewhere else? Or is this, because it was a transfer, is this an exception to the general rule that we don't change line items?
Larry, you're correct when it refers to the school budget. The voters cannot dictate to the school board a line item change, but with the Select Board, the municipal budget, we can.
Thank you.
Are you ready for the question? Are you hungry? The motion on the floor as amended, and I hope I did my math right, I'm pretty sure, to approve total general fund expenditures of $467,843, of which $311,560 shall be raised by taxes, and $156,283 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2017 to June 30th, 2018. All in favor of the budget as amended, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And you have passed your amended budget. It is 12:13. David Deen, one of our representatives, and Jeanette White, one of our senators, have been waiting patiently. Shall we give them a few minutes? All right, thank you.
Tough assignment. Get up here, do it, and get out of the way for lunch. I want to tell you something. I'm really impressed. You actually called the question. I wish we could do that in the House. The best line I ever heard was, "Mr. Speaker, everything has been said about this issue, just not everybody's had a chance to say it." Good day. I'm David Deen, and I want to thank you for the privilege of serving as one of your two state representatives. Mike Mrowicki wanted to stay at the Putney town meeting. That's his town, and he will be with you later, presuming you are called together. Yeah. I want to talk about the importance of strong state and local institutions. And I particularly want to talk about the House because I'm here to report to you on my doings up there. In my work to strengthen the House, I have several roles. I chair the Natural Resources, Fish and Wildlife Committee that this year has expanded responsibilities within the natural resource world. I serve as the ranking member of the House Rules Committee, and I was reappointed to and then elected chair of the House Ethics Panel. So, what have I been doing in those roles? The House Committee recommended and the House passed significant changes in the House Committee structure this year. We closed down the Natural Resources and Energy Committee, sending some of its responsibilities to a newly created standing committee, the Energy and Technology Committee. The forestry issues were sent to the newly constituted Agriculture and Forestry Committee, and the balance of the natural resources and energy responsibilities, especially for the public trust resources of water, air, and responsible land use, were assigned to my new committee, Natural Resources, Fish, and Wildlife. Ethics Panel only meets when there's a complaint against a member of the House. There have been no complaints for the past 2 years, so we've not met, although we do meet informally with House members to advise them if they have questions about ethical House rules. And the committee has provided training for all House members conducted by the National Council of State Legislatures. Natural Resources and Fish and Wildlife Committee, we spent the first half of the session working on funding for the Clean Water Fund, established in the Vermont Clean Water Act of 2015. The fund will assist towns, farms, businesses, and developers meet the appropriately high water quality standards set by the law. Beyond that, we've passed out 4 bills, but I just want to relate one of them. The bill responds to a goofy FEMA determination that planting trees in a floodplain is development. The bill, as we passed it, allows for permit-free floodplain erosion mitigation plantings of native trees and shrubs. With this next announcement, I am reminded of the old bromide, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Despite Senator Doyle being defeated for re-election this past November, The Doyle poll goes on, and copies are on the back table. Mike and I have prepared our annual newsletter. There are also copies of that on the back table. Again, I thank you for the ongoing honor of representing you, for the opportunity to protect our environment, and the work I can do to guide the institution I love and respect, the Vermont House, the People's House. I want to add that in this new national political era, I cannot stress enough that it will be our local and state institutions and laws that will act as the breakwater that shields Vermonters from the storm waves of the federal excess of short-sighted and uncaring initiatives. I celebrate your investment in those protections by your presence here today. Thank you for your good work.
Any questions for David? Calvin in the back?
Calvin Farwell from Dummerston. David, I don't know if you agree with me, but I think that the single most important issue before any governing body right now is the issue of climate change. And without dealing with climate change, none of the other things that you're doing or that we talk about in this meeting will make any difference whatsoever. I know that in the Senate, there is Senate Bill 51, which I consider a fairly weak bill, but nevertheless it's there, and that aims to go on record as having 90% of our energy production or something like that come from renewable resources.
By 2050, yes.
By what date?
2050.
2050, that's right. Yes, that's what I consider fairly weak. I'm wondering
if I could, I completely understand your concern. I have introduced a carbon tax bill for the last 2 bienniums. Many people on the campaign trail got beat up in my party because Vermont can't go it alone. I want to tell you, and this is extracurricular, it's not, it is as a legislator, but it's not part of what I do in Montpelier. Monday, March 13th, legislators from around New England are coming together at a Senate hearing at the Hartford, Connecticut State House of a New England-wide effort to move a carbon tax forward. And they're introducing it into the Connecticut House. This is a strategy, and a group of people from all of the New England plus New York states, and I've been working on it for about 18 months. I'm not the sole organizer, but I've been pushing hard. It's all I can do because there's not the political will right now to take a meaningful step to deal with climate change. So we're going to try and build that political will.
Well, that's about how to achieve the goal. But my question for you was, is there in the House a companion bill to Senate 51? And if so, what committee would it come before?
There is, and it would be in front of the Energy and Technology Committee, that new committee I said that we structured this year.
Will it come before your committee sooner or later?
Yeah, the Senate's taking the lead, so let's see what passes the Senate. I don't know that my committee would because of this new assignment and the existence of the new committee. It doesn't mean I can't weigh in on it, sir.
Thank you. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Jeanette White. I'm one of the 2 senators from Windham County to serve you, and I bring apologies from Becca Ballot, who is up on the other side of the county here in Wardsboro and Dover today. And I know it sounds trite after a while that we constantly thank you for the honor of serving you, but, and it becomes more an honor the longer I serve, because what I realized is that when I was first there, I didn't take many positions, I didn't take many votes, I didn't speak out on many issues because I was so new, so I didn't have the opportunity to make too many of you mad at me. But now that I've been there for 14 years, I bet without exception, every one of you has been angry at me for some vote or some not responding to you or some lack of support on an issue. So it becomes an increasing honor. Thank you. So in the Senate, we serve on 2 standing committees, which means that they are the committees that meet all the time, and they're the committees that deal with the actual legislation. I serve on Judiciary as a morning committee, and in the afternoon, I chair Government Operations. And I just want to say that there's been a kind of an unsettled feeling in Montpelier this year, both with a new federal administration and a new state administration. And so we're kind of feeling our way through this. One of the things that we have done in terms of responding to the federal administration is an executive order came down that, well, it was really hard to read these executive orders because they were so unclear, and then another would come down the next week, so it was a little bit unclear what we were dealing with. But it seemed to say that we were going to create a Muslim registry and that we were going to deputize all our state and local law enforcement people to enforce immigration laws. Immigration laws are a federal issue. They're not a state issue. So we passed a bill, it's called S79, if anybody wants to look it up, and it does 2 things. It says that only the governor can allow there to be any agreement with ICE, with the immigration authorities, to enforce immigration law. The state and local people won't do that at all unless the governor says so. And the other thing it does is it prohibits any collection of personal information, religion, sexual orientation, anything else for the purpose of forming a registry. And that bill, it passed the Senate. Our Judiciary Committee worked really hard on it. And just in case you're worried that the governor may institute such an order, the impetus for this bill came from the governor. So the entire state legislature, state government is very supportive of supporting and honoring our individual rights. I will say one more thing that has come that has been suggested by a lot of people, and I've gotten a lot of email on this one, is that we have, and I actually am a co-sponsor of this bill, that we make sure that in order for a presidential candidate to appear on the ballot, that he or she has to release 5 years of their tax returns. Thank you. Now I'm going to tell you that I'm going to vote against it. And I know that it is exactly what we should be doing. That should be a law. But federal elections are run by the Federal Elections Commission. We have had a lot of testimony from our Attorney General's office, from constitutional attorneys in the state, and this is before my committee. This is why I love the Government Operations Committee, because it deals with elections and issues of free speech and all those kinds of things. But we have taken a lot of testimony, and what we have heard is that we as a state cannot impose those kinds of regulations on the presidential election. And it would probably be found unconstitutional. We know there are people waiting in the wings to file a suit against us as soon as we pass this. So the question is, do we want to spend a lot of money? They're estimating anywhere between $1 million and $2 million to defend this bill that would end up that is somewhat symbolic. It wouldn't really do anything. It would be symbolic. Do we want to take that chance and spend that money and our resources from the Attorney General's office to defend it when it would in the end be found unconstitutional? Or should we spend our money, our time, our resources on doing things that will really make a difference and that can have a huge impact? Sorry to say that my conclusion after hearing all this testimony, and believe me, we've heard from lots and lots of people, my decision in terms of my vote is going to be that I think there are many other things that we should be doing, and there are a lot of other states that have filed this same bill, and so we're going to be sued. We're going to spend a lot of money defending it. I say, let California take the hit. They have, they have much deeper pockets. If they want to pass something that is in effect a symbolic statement, then they can defend it. But we would, and let them do it. If it turns out that it's found to be constitutional, we can do it. We can jump on the bandwagon and do it. We have 4 years before there's another presidential election. So I know there's a lot of disappointment in my position on that, but I've listened to all the testimony, and that's where I've come down. So just want to say a couple other things. We're looking at reducing our prison population in judiciary by better pretrial services and by more appropriate treatment for people who have mental health issues or substance abuse issues rather than prison. That is not the place for them. We are also in government operations, in addition to that bill that I just talked about, we have passed a bill that would set up an ethics commission. And this is different than the House ethics panel, because we have a Senate ethics panel too that deals with issues that concern our voting habits. That's what the Senate and the House ethics committee do, because our Constitution says that we regulate our own members. But this is an opportunity for you. There will be a central point for you to call and say, I think there have been some ethical violations by any member of state government, whether they're elected, appointed, or working for it. And it'll be a funnel for looking at those allegations. And I know the media is here today, and this is another issue that my committee takes very seriously, which is a First Amendment issue, freedom of speech and freedom of the press. And we in Vermont have what are called shield laws. So if you're talking to somebody and they're doing an investigative piece and they ask you a question and you are a confidential source, you're going to be a confidential source, you can't believe it, because we have no protection for the press or for you as a confidential source. They can be subpoenaed and they have to give their source, or they face jail time. So we are doing a bill that would actually give them protection for their confidential sources. There's one more just small issue that I just want to touch on, and it's another one that's going to be very controversial, and that is has many different facets to it and different disagreements. But a few years ago, we passed a resolution calling for a convention of states, which is the way a constitutional convention can be called by the states to come and look at the Constitution of the United States. We did that in response to what was called Citizens United, because we wanted to overturn Citizens United, which was an election campaign finance issue. Well, now there are about 28 states that have passed what's called an Article 5 Constitutional Convention of the States. But guess what? Most of them don't want to do it to overturn Citizens United. Most of them want to do it to force a balanced budget on the federal government, overturn Roe v. Wade. There are a multitude of issues that these states want, and once you have a constitutional convention, a convention of the states, there's no guarantee that you can keep it narrow. So if there is a convention of states, it could open up the entire Constitution. And the rules, guess who gets to write the rules? Our U.S. Congress. And I personally have very little faith that they will write rules that will be advantageous to most of the citizens of our country. So we have a resolution now that's saying, okay, we're sorry, we made a mistake, we're taking back our vote before. We don't know that it'll be honored, but we're going to try because we're very, very scared about this Constitution, this Convention of States. So anyway, I appreciate your willingness to sit here and listen to us when your lunch is sitting over there. And I'd be happy to take any questions. And I'll also stay around for lunch and you can ask questions.
So Jeanette is going to stick around during lunch for questions. Does anyone have a question that they feel should be asked in front of the assembly? Reed Miller. Reed, could you wait for the mic and state your name again? Thanks.
I think everyone is aware that dairy is by far the largest component of Vermont agriculture, and we have a concern about losing farm workers, illegal farm workers, on those dairies. And people are trying to figure out what to do in the event of. But you folks can actually help prevent that if there is the ability to go on farms and seek out shy illegals and provide them with the resources to get green cards, guest worker, et cetera. We can do that. You folks can do that without having to have dairy lose these workers that are behind the scenes. It can be done legally. It can be done forthright if we think ahead. And it's a big deal. 65% of our milk is made by someone who doesn't have the same papers that I do.
Right. And we have done some work on that. There's an organization, I can't think of the exact name now, but it's been working very hard on this. And we actually took one step, not toward getting green cards, but we passed a bill a couple of years ago that actually I introduced. I was very excited about that would allow them to have driver's privilege cards so they don't have to be stuck on the farm and not be able to go to the doctor or go to church or whatever. They can have, they're called driver's privilege cards. And it doesn't distinguish whether you're an undocumented worker or not. I have a driver's privilege card. I don't have the real ID. So we are trying to work on that and see what we can do. But we want to make sure that our local and state law enforcement cannot become immigration enforcers. That's very important to us. Right. Well, we're trying to work on that. Yeah, and the undocumented farm workers really are undocumented. They're not like the H2A workers that come in and get for picking apples and stuff. That's a separate issue. These are truly undocumented.
Thank.
Just a very quick point.
Take the mic, David.
David
please.
Baxendale, sorry.
There's a mic next to you to use. Thank you.
I'm sorry. David Baxendale. Just a quick point to what Mr. Miller was saying, the organization that does tremendous work in behalf of the undocumented migrant workers in Vermont is Migrant Justice, Justa Migrante, and it's a nonprofit, and they've done a tremendous job, and they're well worth having our financial support.
Thank you.
Any further questions can come during the lunch break. If there's no objection, we will recess for lunch and reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
So Cindy Jerome wants you to sit down. Let's get going here. You can borrow ours anytime. Geez, I just put that one back together.
If anyone sees Mr. Hatfield, could you please send him up front? Thank you. Our town meeting is reconvened. We are up to Article 8 on page 61 for your newcomers. To see if the voters will approve total highway fund expenditures of $511,189, of which $367,385 shall be raised by taxes and $143,804 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2017 to June 30th, 2018. And before I ask for the motion to be moved, I was just reminded that Mike Mrowicki was here, and I wonder if he would like to speak now. Yes.
If I could have a few minutes.
Yes. Use this one.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you. I don't know if it's better to be here, be in the way of you going for lunch, or to be here right after lunch, but I'm going to thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you. And I will be brief. I know that you have a full agenda. The 3 towns that David and I represent have all been that way. There's a lot going on. It's one of the things I want to talk about because we had an election in November. And one of the things it has reminded me is how thankful I am to be in Vermont. It seems like there's chaos every day coming out of Washington, and one of the best things we can do is maintain the stability that we have in Vermont. And usually we just talk about what's happening in the state house and on the local level, but because of that election, I think there's a few things I want to mention. We have a president right now that seems to want to turn this whole country and the states into a police state. There are executive orders coming out where he wants to be able to take our state police, our local police, and turn them into immigration police. We are not going to do that here in Vermont. We are not going to turn Vermont into a police state with neighbor against neighbor, worker against worker, families against each other. That is not America. That is not Vermont, and we are not going to do that. One of the things that I'm also concerned about is that there's been now an almost constant and continual attack on women. Women's health issues, access to services, threats to defund Planned Parenthood. That is not going to happen in Vermont. We are clear that we are going to maintain services, and especially Planned Parenthood. So this is not a state that's going to defund Planned Parenthood, because the services that they provide are an essential part of our health landscape. Now, Jeanette may have mentioned something before, and it has to do with what we can and what we can't do as a state in regards to presidential elections. But I feel we should still move ahead with the requirement that anyone that wants to get on the ballot to run for president in Vermont release 5 years of the most recent tax returns. We need to know what he's hiding. Anybody that doesn't want to release their tax returns at his level is hiding something. Or their email. You bet. What we're going to do, though, we're going to continue to work for a green economy to make sure we address global climate change, but also keep the economy moving. Windham County has the highest percentage of green jobs in Vermont, and we want to keep that moving ahead. Of course, I'm preaching to the choir here, but it's something we want to affirm, that this is the way to go. This is where the new economy is going to be. We're going to continue to work that way. We're also going to continue to work to conserve land, to build housing, and remind people that in Vermont, as opposed to other states, those two things are joined together. We have the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board. And when I talk to people in other states, they say, what a great idea, because usually in other states, those two things are fighting against each other for the same pool of money. Here in Vermont, we're doing it that way. We're going to continue to do it that way. Housing is important, as is conservation. Now I work in the Human Services Committee, and we're going to continue to try and provide the services, especially to those whose very lives depend on it. That's the elderly, the disabled, and young children. They depend on us, and we want them to know they can continue to depend on us. Lastly, I think there's been a lot of talk about how Act 46 is affecting the local landscape here. Now, I'm one of the people who's working to keep that conversation going, but also to remind you, I know it's a difficult conversation here for the school boards and for the study committee, because in essence, what the legislature is saying is that they've had to shoot at a moving target. And what I'm here to say is that target's going to keep moving. And that's the nature of legislation, that we want to try and keep improving it. And in this case, there are many of us that think there was the flexibility to have alternative structures in the original bill. However, the way the Agency of Education is interpreting it, it doesn't seem that way. So what we're trying to do is put our original intent in new statute. And I'm feeling good that we have a critical mass of people that will allow that to happen and also extend the time frames. This is too important to rush. We certainly want to make sure that whatever we do for our kids, it's the best. The original impetus for this bill, though, was about saving money, and I think what we found out is the savings that were promised are not materializing. So we want to make sure we keep our kids paramount in these discussions and make sure that right here we have the voice to talk about what we think is best for our kids. And circling back to what's happening in Washington, this is not a time to relinquish a time and place for our voices. Town meeting is where we can be heard, where you can listen to me, where I can hear you, and that's an essential piece of democracy that I'm not ready to let go of. So, thank you. I'm going to end it here and let you get back to your meeting, and I want you to know, please feel free to get in touch with me anytime. You can phone, you can email. We have a website, wyndham4.net. I think there's some newsletters we put in the back that have our contact information. If anything comes up, be glad to answer any questions, and I'll be in the back for a while if you want to do that too. But thank you.
Thank you. So we will return to Article 8. Is there a motion?
Yes. Madam Moderator, I move that we approve total highway fund expenditures of $511,189, of which $367,385 shall be raised by taxes and $143,804 by non-tax revenues for the period this guy's yanking my chain back here. For the period of July 1st, 2017 to June 30th, 2018.
Thank you, Zeke. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Who wants to present this?
Oh, I will.
All right.
Go ahead and do that. All right, okay. Give me the high sign. All right, does that work?
Why don't you give it a try?
All right.
I think Mr. Hetfield's working on it.
All right. Okay, can you hear me? All right, or you can read my lips, either one. So if you'll turn to page 16 in your hymnals, that's where we have the highway fund. And there is just off the top of my head, $15,799 more than last year. But if you look down through, I don't know if you can have that sort of increase and call it level funded, but it's sort of close. We increased wages for the highway department by 2.25%. The
the part-time help that comes in to provide a respite during snow plowing events. We found out that they could actually make more money just picking up bottles along Middle Road from the town office to Route 5. And so we felt like we had to raise their wages to get them off the side of the road and put them in a truck. We have, as usual, we're putting $95,000 into what we call retreatment, which is another way of saying repaving. And we're going to repave Upper Dummerston Road and is it Sugar House Road, over off Route 30. Let's see, we're spending a little bit more on salt. Salt keeps on going up. A little bit more on equipment and repairs, but that's about it. We have $1,000 for engineering, and that will help us with the next project that we undertake for culvert, the large culvert or structure replacements. So, with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Are there any questions for Zeke? Any debate? Are you ready for the question? Roger.
I just was wondering how many highway employees there are.
Excuse me. Roger, would you mind standing and stating your name and saying that again? Thank you.
Roger Turner, and I was just wondering how many highway department employees there are. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to take my shoe off here so I can count discreetly. We think it's four full-time. And then we have about 4 or 5 part-time.
Any other questions? The motion on the floor is to approve total highway fund expenditures of $511,189, of which $367,385 shall be raised by taxes and $143,804 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1, 2017 to June 30th, 2018. All those in favor of the article signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have your highway budget. Article 9, to see if the voters will grant tax-exempt status to the Evening Star Grange for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. I'm looking for Mark. Oh my goodness. Mark Green isn't here? Mark Brown. Oh, I'm sorry. Why am I saying? My apologies. Mark Brown, you're just going to do Green Mountain Camp. Okay. Apologies.
So yes, before we make this motion, though, I think that we'd like to open the door to the kitchen and give a round of applause, but hold your applause until the kitchen staff can hear us. Ed, could you open the door, Ed Spardella? Oh, there it goes. Okay, so for the kitchen staff, we would like to raise our hands and give a great round of applause. Thank you. It was a delicious lunch. So, Madam Moderator, I move that we grant tax-exempt status to the Evening Star Grange for a period of 1 year pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840.
Is there a second? Thank you. Any discussion? Are you ready for the question? The article on the floor, the motion on the floor is to see if the voters will grant tax-exempt status to the Evening Star Grange for a period of 1 year starting July 1st. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 10. Now, to see if the voters will grant tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. Mark Brown, please. Yep, Jesse's coming up behind you.
Mark Brown here. I move that the voters grant tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840.
Is there a second?
She's going to want to speak.
Okay. Any questions, any concerns about this? Yes, Billy.
Thank you. I'm Billy Slade. I'm the Executive Director at Green Mountain Camp, and I just want to show my gratitude for this community. You have been incredibly supportive with your time. So many volunteers I see here today. You send your children to camp. We're celebrating 100 years this year, which is a very big birthday for us. And yeah, it's pretty exciting. And we'd like to invite you all to a birthday bash on August 11th to the 13th at the camp. So thank you.
Any further discussion on this motion? All those in favor of granting tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And Green Mountain Camp is exempt. Article 11, to transact any other business that may legally come before town meeting.
Yes, I do. Okay. As we began our budget planning season in November, we meet every week for several hours crafting the budget. We were without a select board assistant for the first time in many years, and Maria Glaybeck agreed to serve as our interim select board assistant for that period of time. We only had to twist her arm just a little bit. And so without her help, I'm sure that we would have probably brought this budget to you as Governor Scott wanted us to in May rather than March. So I thank Maria Glaybeck very much for her help. Oh, and since I have the mic, I also want to, all the volunteers have been thanked earlier in our program, but just so you know that we're still looking for people who would like to be on the Development Review Board. We have an opening on the Planning Commission and the Energy Commission, the Energy Board. And Energy Committee is looking for some volunteers. So you can let us know. Or we're going to do something like, just a jury draw where we send you a letter and you have to be on the board. So better to volunteer.
All set?
Yep.
Mark Brown.
Mark Brown here again. I have my green up hat on now. I have lots of hats, mainly to hide the receding hairline. But as a green up person, of course, a little concerned with all the confusion around the recycling bins and all that, and what's going to happen on our roadsides. And there's two acknowledgments I want to acknowledge. We went through the budget, and I'm sure you noticed there was a $100 line item for green up, and it's the best $100 I think you've spent, because the amount of work that the town does in making all that stuff disappear is pretty amazing. And I also want to acknowledge just all those people who do walk the roads and pick up, even when it's not green up day. It really makes Dummerston the place that it is, and so really appreciate them. So the other part is to just put my name out there that basically I just hand out the bags and try to spread the work around. Let's start organizing now. I'm the guy to grab if you want to help, and that's it.
Okay. I see a hand in the middle. Yes?
Hello, I'm Katie Gormley-Berg, and I'm telling you about the Brattleboro Area Interfaith Initiative's work in promoting a network of compassionate communities in the area. And I'm speaking on behalf of Rupa Cousins, who's unable to attend town meeting because of her ill health. I'm also a representative of Transition Dummerston that supports compassion as an important value in a resilient community. And so I'm recommending the Interfaith Initiative's endorsement of a charter for a compassionate community as a model to inspire local values and actions for compassion. And quoting from the overview of the charter, any individual, group, or organization that recognizes the need for greater compassion in a community is encouraged to begin the process for creating a compassionate community. And here I speak for Rupa especially. And quoting from the charter, the principle of compassion lies at the heart of all religious, ethical, and spiritual traditions, calling us always to treat all others as we wish to be treated ourselves. And then another small quote from the charter, it is also necessary in both public and private life to refrain consistently and empathically from inflicting pain. So if people here in Dummerston support identifying as a compassionate community, we can discuss how to achieve that. We would present an article at next year's town meeting, perhaps, to proclaim Dummerston a compassionate community. There's a handout with information on the small wooden table near the entrance. And then there's a clipboard as well with a sign-up sheet also on that small table. And if you're interested, please sign up and we can start a study group for becoming a compassionate community. And also, if anybody wishes to sign on to the Transition Dummerston email list, that information is there as well. Thank you.
Other hands. Down front here, Jess, Mary Ellen.
Hi, I want to just say a few words for the Conservation Commission. We have a gorgeous, pardon? Oh, I'm Mary Ellen Copeland. And I want to say a few words for the Dummerston Conservation Commission. One of the big things we've been working on is really educating people in the community about the community. We really have put a strong focus on that. And in the last month, we had 4 programs on Wednesday mornings with experts in geology, forests, wildlife, plants, and pollinators. We had 50 people come to each of those meetings. But a lot of you couldn't come to those meetings. Those are all available through you can go to those programs online at dummerstonconservation.com or through BCTV. So just check into those programs. They're really, Roger Haydock did the first one on geology, Tom Wessels did the second one on forestry, Patty Smith did the one on wildlife, and Tom Engel did the plants and pollinators. They're very, very rich, and you will enjoy them very much. I also want to let you know that we as a community have some property. We have Prospect Hill, and we've been doing lots and lots of work up there. We've been working with the Prospect Hill trustees. We have a great trail up there, and I want to encourage you all to get up to Prospect and see all the invasives that have been cleared. It's a gorgeous spot, and it's our town forest, but it's a pretty steep hike, and there's a lot of us who can't make that hike. We've also put a lot of energy, along with Transition Dummerston, into Dutton Pines, which is right there on Route 5. You can just park your car there, and there's a short walk, and there's a picnic area and a picnic shelter. It's a great spot, and it was let go for years, and the state was going to abandon it. and we've saved it. And so there it is. So check those out, and if you would like to know more about, that's a very small portion of what we at the Conservation Commission are doing. So if you want to know more about it, we have an email list, and we're happy to send you emails. So.
Other hands, Bill Schmidt over there, Jesse.
Bill Schmidt. First of all, on behalf of the board of Dummerston Cares, I would like to thank all of you in the Select Board for continuing support of Dummerston Cares and the Select Board's budget, which passed. That's great. Cares means lots of things. For Dummerston Cares exists to pay attention to and help town residents who have health and wellness-related issues and needs. So Dummerston Cares at this point is a band of about 50 active, I'll say no, 25 active volunteers. We're all volunteer. 6 board members and another 19 or 20 who are active in and carrying out the present programs of Dummerston Cares. They're outlined on the green sheet that was on your sheet and which you have. The telephone helpline, an emergency fuel fund, friendly visitors, and a rides program. Now we're in the process working up 3 new programs, and these are what I want to specifically mention. One is a medical equipment loan program for people who have had recent injuries, long-term illnesses, terminally ill folks. We'll have medical equipment from hospital beds to shower benches and lots of things in between available for people to borrow, long-term loan. On that program, we need to get it going to give help to Heidi Fisher of West Dummerston, who is going to coordinate it. We need a place to store big equipment like hospital beds, wheelchairs, and so on. So if any of you have storage space that might be suitable for equipment like that, that would be very helpful. And we also need at least 4 or 5 transporters, folks to pick up equipment when it becomes available and sometimes deliver it to folks who need it. A second new program we're working on is what we call a chores core, light, minor home maintenance and household chores. So we're looking to have at least a dozen people that we can call on to assist folks who can't do that kind of work themselves or who may not be able to pay someone else to do it, folks who don't have family to do it. And so that's a need. Also, and very important for that program, we need to find a coordinator, someone to head it up and pull things together so it can get going and up and running. And the final new program we're working on, actually it just started, is a welcome basket program. Akra, who's on the far side of the room, is taking responsibility for getting that going. We look to provide welcome baskets to newcomers to town, to give them information, some goodies, some other things representing Dummerston to make them feel welcome in the community. People that they can call on and get more informed about as far as the town. So for that program, we don't really need more people. What we need are items for the welcome basket, from businesses in town, perhaps baked goodies, cookies that we can include in the basket. If any of you would like to help in those ways, that would be much appreciated. We expect we'll be getting active in still more programs as time goes on. We have what's called a Friends of Dummerston Cares group that we're organizing. Presently, there are over 100 people in the Friends of Dummerston Cares, people who are supporting Dummerston Cares in a variety of ways. We expect actually to see that group expand into the hundreds as Dummerston outwardly becomes more and more a caring community. It kind of fits with what Katie said a few minutes ago about compassion. This is something that Dummerston Cares exists to encourage in the community through the kinds of programs it's doing. To close, I like all of you who are aware of people in your neighborhood or throughout the town who may be able to benefit in some way from Dummerston Cares programs. Talk to them and let them know about Dummerston Cares. Or if you talk to anyone on our board, we could make contact with them ourselves, recognizing that our communication and work with clients is confidential. We're not going to broadcast what we're doing for whom or what we're doing, other than to say we're doing the services identified. So again, support Dummerston Cares and become a friend of Cares. Thanks.
Dave Baxendale right there. Two people. Okay. Larry?
Yes, Larry Crockett. We talked earlier today about recycling, and clearly there's a lot of interest in that. I was dismayed at lunch to see that we produced a lot of trash in the form of styrofoam plates and cups. And I think we could do better. There are biodegradable alternatives, there are recyclable alternatives. At the risk of being laughed out of the room, I could suggest that we could all bring a little bag with a cup and a plate in it and use our own. That would reduce significantly, thank you, the amount of trash. So would it be appropriate to move that the town explore a non-trash alternative for our luncheons in the future?
You could move that as an advisory to the select board, yes.
I'd be happy to do that.
So your motion is to advise the select board to
explore a non-trash alternative for our plates and cups in future town meeting lunch.
Is there a second? Any further discussion? The motion on the floor is to advise the select board to explore alternatives to creating trash from our town meeting lunch. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the ayes have it. You have approved the advisory resolution. Suzanne?
I'm a little nervous about saying this, but I feel drawn to sort of building on what Zeke was saying earlier about openings on committees. I noticed on my ballot today that there was no competition for anything, any of the positions. And I think it's been that way for the last few years, just a diminishing number of people running and being on committees. And I myself have only been on one committee the whole time I've lived here, so I'm a culprit too. But I also wonder if the other side of that is we had 3 items today where there was a vigorous discussion, and in one case sort of reversing a decision that a committee had thought through carefully, and in another situation almost negating what a committee had thought through carefully. And I feel like I just want to urge us to participate earlier, and it's hard because it's so hard to do all the homework involved with each of these issues and keep on top of things. But I feel uncomfortable when we strike a big thing from the budget that has really been thought through by a lot of people who are working on it and for quite a while. On the other hand, I love the vigorous discussion. It makes it interesting, and I really value public participation. So I feel really mixed about this, but I just wonder if we get the sense that committees think things through and then everything is, not everything, but these things get second guessed, whether that discourages people from running or volunteering for these positions. So I'm just throwing that out there for us to think about how we're using the services of people who are stepping up, and whether we need to be more proactive and less reactive or not. I don't know what the answer is, but it's been kind of weighing on me.
Connie?
I'm Connie Woodbury, and I'm here today to ask you to vote yes to a non-binding resolution which states our willingness as a community to welcome immigrants and refugees. And the resolution was developed by 3 women in Putney. It was passed by Westminster last Saturday, and I'd like to have Dummerston pass it as well. Here's how it sounds. Whereas Dummerston is proud to be a town that values diversity, and whereas nearly 60 million people worldwide are displaced by violence, political strife, and natural disaster, and forced to become formal refugees, and whereas millions of additional people worldwide are driven to seek out immigration opportunities for better lives and opportunities for their well-being, and whereas immigration has been the cornerstone of Dummerston's, Vermont's, and the United States of America's development throughout history, and whereas Dummerston has a long and proud tradition of being a community that welcomes immigrants and refugees as new Americans and valued members of our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we join our congressional delegation, Senator Leahy, Senator Sanders, and Representative Welch, and Governor Scott, in declaring our intention to welcome and protect the rights of immigrants and refugees who seek to come to our nation and to our community. And that's the resolution, and I just want to say a few words about why I think it's important.
Connie, let's get a second so it can be on the floor, and then I'll ask you to say a little more. The advisory motion has been seconded, so go ahead.
For 35 years, I've worked with refugees as a caseworker here in Vermont and in migrant and refugee communities overseas. I've seen these people face terrible decisions that they have to make to stay in their home, the neighborhood that they've known all their lives, and know that they and their children will have to face war or starvation, or their other choices to leave home and leave behind their language, their traditions, and their way of life to live in a refugee or an immigrant camp. The refugees come to the United States looking for peace, for safety, and to build a new life. As Reed pointed out, we need refugees, we need migrants in this state. Our ability to welcome immigrants and refugees and not to fear or to shun them reflects the very best of who we are as human beings.
There's an advisory motion on the floor. Any questions? Debate? Seeing none. All those in favor of the advisory motion, which I won't repeat, but I think you all have the gist of, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Thank you, Connie. Jody.
Jody Normandale. I just want to express my appreciation, and I think we all ought to express our appreciation for Lori. She not only became our new town clerk, she's done a wonderful job. She never says no to anybody. And in fact, I think she stayed on for several months as the select board's assistant when she didn't have to do that. And I just really appreciate that kind of, I call it young energy because she's quite a bit younger than I am, and I think we ought to express our appreciation for her.
Who else? Yes, Molly.
I'm Molly Stoner. I just had a quick addendum to that. I was going to say almost the same thing, but specifically, Lori, to thank you for the weekly emails that I find so helpful in my busy life. I don't know if that came as a policy of the board or if it was your initiative, but many thanks.
Sue in the back. I've been looking for your hand. There you are.
Hi, I'm Sue Kern, and I am representing the Lydia Taft Pratt Library Board to thank the town and the community and our community center for supporting your public library. I want to give you a little news for what's happened since the last town meeting. We have our online catalog is complete. We add to it all the time, and we now have an online circulation system. And in connection with that, Karen LaRue, our librarian, has asked me to please ask the town's folks that if you have used the library, we need you to come and re-register and get a new library card. And if you haven't found us at the Dummerston Community Center in West Dummerston Village, then please drop by and get your new library card. We'd be very happy to see you. And we also have a web page and a Facebook page. And all of these actually are, actually the online catalog and the web page and the Facebook page are accessible online through, I find it easiest to go to dummerston.org and click on the links, and you can get to the library web page, you can get to the library catalog. Also, we are constantly improving our space and trying to efficiently use what space we have. And we're in the process of upgrading book collections, so there's a lot of things going on. And there are programs for children. We want to mention that we have a Thursday morning at 10:30, a preschool story hour that's ongoing. And every summer there's a summer reading program, which we hope your children get registered in. It's very important. And finally, our spring fundraiser is coming up, May 20th. It's on a Saturday, third Saturday in May every year. It's called our Geranium Festival Book Sale and Silent Auction. And we hope that everyone will come and participate and check everything out. And also we're looking for volunteers who might be willing to volunteer for that day or help in the planning. So if you're interested, just stop by the library or give us a call. Thank you.
Any further other business? Calvin.
I'd like to thank
State your name, Calvin. Thanks.
Calvin Farwell. I'd like to thank the 5 select people for their leadership and guidance and support over the past year. But I'd like to make one more demand on your energies. In future meetings, it would be really useful if when you are speaking, if you stood up so that the voice isn't just something coming from somewhere in the room, but it's actually coming from a human being. I guess my feelings would apply to the school board in the next part of this meeting, and maybe you'll have to wait a year in order to put this into practice. But thank you very much.
Any further other business? I will entertain a motion to adjourn the town meeting portion of our day.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. None opposed, I imagine. Okay. We will swap with the school board and get started in just a moment. If I may have your attention, please take your seats. I am reconvening the school district portion of the meeting. And call you to order. Thank you. Article 1 concerns the election of officers, and that is done by Australian ballot. Article 2, to act on the auditor's report of the town school district.
I move that we accept the auditor's report of the town school district, accounts printed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. The motion is on the floor to accept the auditor's report of the town school district accounts as printed. Any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And we'll move to Article 3, to see if the town school district will authorize its school board to accept and expend categorical grants and aid received from the state of Vermont and the U.S. government.
I move that we authorize our school board to accept and expend categorical grants and aid received from the state of Vermont and the United States government.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion on the floor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 4, to see what salaries the town school district will vote to pay its officers and directors.
I move that we pay our officers and directors a salary of $500 each for a total of $2,500.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded to pay our officers and directors a salary of $500 each for a total of $2,500. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 5, shall the voters of the school district approve the school board to expend $2,987,500, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $17,466 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 1.5% higher than spending for the current year.
I move that we approve the school board to expend $2,987,500, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $17,466 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 1.5% higher than spending for the current year.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Amy, sorry, Christina, would you like to present that? Thanks.
Hello, I'm Christina Naylor, and I'm here to evidence that if you show any aptitude for math, many opportunities will be opened to you, including going over the budget and explaining it to your townspeople. So study hard in math, kids in the audience. So if you could turn to page 35 in your town report. And I'd like to go through the budget as we've done and just give you highlights on things that have changed. And of course, there are always changes in how the state asks us to do the budget, so you won't be disappointed this year. So this year we have a little bit more tuition revenue incoming, We have actually had more in 2017, and we expect those students to stay on and have had interest from other students. So that line item, we expect it to be up $20,500. Going down rental fees and the WSESU Health Services, this is money that we receive from the WSESU to support the students that are in the intensive services program that's housed here at Dummerston School. Those remain unchanged from previous years. The Medicaid subgrant, that is money that we receive through the WSESU for services that our nurse performs for students that are income eligible. And so that's based on our population as well as the services that are provided, so it's not something we have control over. And that, based on what we project for next year's usage, will be down $21,500. There's a slight change in the Medicaid subgrant. That again is federal grant money that apparently is just not as much available as there has been in previous years. The next line item, the Title IIA subgrant, is money that's used for professional development for our teachers. And that again is down just a little bit. The next line item is our general state support grant, and that's the amount that we will receive from the state to help our schools run. That is down because we are not spending as much overall in our budget this year. And then we have our Act 60 Small Schools Grant, which is pretty much unchanged, as well as our transportation grant from the state. And I promised you there'd be a change. So this year, the state has asked, they passed Act 156 in 2012, which transitioned how we funded special education from the district level to the SU level. So the supervisory union now takes in all of the income that we would get, all the aid from the state, and the federal aid goes to the supervisory union. And now the supervisory union also employs all the special educators that are servicing the population in Dummerston. So when you see here under the special education state aid, it looks like we lost $397,570. That's just that it has moved into the SU budget line item. So then you can see our total expenditures this year are $2,987,500. And that's really down mostly because of the movement of the special aid income to the SU level. And you'll see later on the expenditure side that the expenditures have been moved up to the SU level as well. Moving down, in 2016, we had a slight deficit. We had a little more spending and a little less revenue than we expected. We expect that if our budget goes as projected in fiscal year 2017, that deficit will be paid off. So that's why you can see it's zero there. And that will leave us with total fund balances of $14,901. So turning the page, I'll go over the expenditure side of the budget. So on page 36, we have removed some of the money in the first section there. Everything is done by section. So if you look at the first several line items, those are all the money that's all the money that's expended on technology in the school. And you can see the numbers are down. And the numbers are down because we have not been able to fill the technology contracted services item. And we decided, after revisiting the budget and trying to make cuts, that we would also lower the technology. And it was decided that that was not going to affect the technology at the school. The next item, the guidance salary, was an issue we talked long and hard about. And I've asked Joe Carroll to address that item for the town because as we're all trying to spend our money very carefully, I thought she would be the best person to explain our decision.
Thank you.
I just want to let folks know that this isn't the first time the request came to the board to add additional time to the part-time counseling position. I think we have needed a full-time counselor for a while. And certainly when you look at our school compared to the services in other schools in our district and schools our size, we are woefully understaffed in that area. Some of the arguments I made on behalf of this full-time position included the fact that Dummerston runs an elementary school and a middle school, each with their own set of counseling standards that need to be met. Certainly in the middle school, it's a lot more about leadership and building leadership capacity in our students. In the elementary school, it's a lot more about emotional and social development. And I think over the years, we have maximized the work that the teachers are able to do in the class. And because of life and society, the issues that we're seeing coming into our schools, including Dummerston, need a continuum of services. We need sort of triage emergency services, and we need wraparound continual services for some of our families in a way that myself and teachers are just not able to do.
So with that understanding, the board approved moving the guidance position from a half-time position to a full-time position, and that is what's reflected in the increase in the amount expended for guidance salary for 2018. Moving down to the nurses department, nurses office. We're all going to the nurses office. There's a slight increase there based on a slight increase in healthcare costs, as well as some longevity salary, contractual increases for the nurses' salary. The next line item, contracted professional services. We are not expecting to have an expenditure for that in the coming year, so you'll notice that is down by $1,000. The next set would be for the library, the school library, and there's a very nominal increase of 1.2% for all the book purchases, equipment, online fees, salary, and healthcare, there's modest increases in salary that are based on contract, as well as healthcare increases. The next section, the school board, our budget's down $23,000 this year. We had set aside a fund for legal fees if they were needed, and we've discovered that we didn't need them to use them this year, which is going to help pay down the deficit from the previous year. And we expect we won't be needing $26,000 as we'd appropriated, but we did leave something in the legal fees area in case it's needed for transfer of lands that we've been discussing or anything regarding Act 46. The next line item is the WSESU assessment. That's the money that our district sends to the supervisory union. The supervisory union provides services for ESL, for speech pathology, for our business manager, for teaching and curriculum, and that amount is up just 0.1%, so that's a very nominal increase. The next section, the principal's administration office, salaries have gone up contractually. There has been, the largest increase there is in healthcare. There's been an addition of healthcare from somebody that was not receiving it last year and has received it, so that's why you see that large increase under health of $17,000. The next section down is the treasurer's office, treasurer's salary. That's the money that the school pays to Lori to support paying the bills. Charlotte, sorry. Sorry, Lori. And the next section down is for the custodian's office and for maintenance of the school. That's slightly up over last year. Down, I'm sorry, it's slightly down over last year. I turned too quickly. It's slightly down over last year, and those, the reason it's down primarily is because of the energy efficiency improvements that the Energy Committee helped the town do. We're still paying off a loan for some of those, but we're using less electricity. We have also signed on to a solar buying contract, which will lower our energy expenses. So we're very happy that that money is coming out of our budget. And our fuel oil consumption has been down as well because of some energy improvements we made and because the price of fuel oil has lowered. And so we have lowered the budgeting expense line based on what we predict will happen. The next line item is transport services contracted. Those are the school buses. Our contract has gone up 2.1%. The next line item is field trips and the 8th grade class trip. And here again, a difficult decision was made by the board. We've continued to fund field trips, but we've decided that we're going to rely on fundraising to fund the 8th grade class trip. That was how it has been done in the past. It's sometimes very hard to do, but in a time when we're trying to think of the taxpayer and make sure that we are keeping our school as affordable as possible, we've decided to move fundraising for the 8th grade class trip. And for that year, I will have an 8th grader, so I'll be doing some fundraising next year. So that we have moved that out of the budget. And that's why you see that decrease. The next section is the debt that is part of our budget. We have paid off a long-term note that we had for deficits that we were running in previous years. We have a small expenditure for water planning. That was to remove a small debt for water improvements to remove arsenic and lead from our water. It's good money spent, I think. And as well as a loan that was done to do the energy improvements. So district-wide, if you look across, it says school district-wide 00. You get to the entire district-wide budget for the whole school and the things that are used by the school of $994,635, which is down 2.5%. So now we'll go into the specific segments of our population, and the first one is the pre-K line. That has changed a little bit as well. We used to receive pass-through money, that we would get money from the state, and then it would go to the preschools. They have changed that, and now we help fund preschools. If you have somebody who is in a local preschool, there's money available from the town. We have 2 new schools, the Putney Grammar School and the Garland School. So if you know of anybody in preschool in town, you should have them contact Ms. Ratty or anybody on the school board, because that money, even though it seems like that there's money coming out of the budget, it really helps us, because for every student we get to count, and we get to count those preschool students as 0.46 of a student, yes, not just because they're small. For every student that we count, it helps our equalized pupil number come up and our taxes come down. It's sort of counterintuitive, but if this isn't your first time at the rodeo here, the more students we have, the lower our tax, that we can spread our tax rate over. And especially here, where for $3,000, we get to count a student at 0.46. It works very favorably for the taxpayer, and it works very favorably for the preschools, and favorably for the parents who have to pay those preschool bills. Moving down, we have our elementary, and that's defined as K through 6 in the state of Vermont. We have a first line item, which is a decrease in the elementary teacher's salary. And that is from 2 sources. One, we have not replaced a position, and then we are sadly having 2 teachers retire, and we do not expect that the incoming teachers will be at the same salary base rate as a retiring teacher. So we have budgeted accordingly, and that's why you see that $102,000 reduction. And this is similar because some of the teacher's time is in academic support. So those two first line items, $102,000 reduction and a $7,370 reduction, are both due to retirements and not replacing a position. We have moved a para position from special ed to regular elementary, which is why you see the increase there. It is one of the blips of a changeover, as I would expect next year that all special ed paras would be under the WSESU salary scale. But for this transitional year, we still have one para that's listed and been moved into regular education. Let's see. We expect a decrease in the substitute budget, a decrease in the health insurance line items in places because we have not replaced a position, and commensurate with not paying salary, you don't have to pay the FICA. The next item that's increased, if you go down to in very small font, Fed, Grant, Vistertris Retirement, which thank goodness Lyle Holiday was here to explain to me what that was. When we employ teachers and they're paid by a federal grant, the federal law now requires us to fund their pension. So that was not true in the past, but is true now, and so it depends on how much federal grant money we're receiving that will determine how much that line item is. Moving down to the 403B benefit, that was an early retirement benefit given to a retiring teacher from 2 years ago. So I think I've covered all the major changes in the budget. So we have a decrease at the elementary level of 5.2%, or $71,893, for a total budget of $1,322,354. The next segment is the money spent just on the secondary teachers, which is defined in Vermont as grades 7 and 8. There is a slight increase in salary based on contract, a slight increase in health care, and that's based on a health care choice or somebody being added to a health care policy, which if you've ever paid for health care, you know that can be something you're not completely in control of. And then the other two bottom line items, the textbooks and the equipment secondary, where you see a $2,000 expenditure and a $3,950 expenditure. Those are for new science textbooks, new science equipment, and some new math textbooks. That brings our secondary education budget line item to $257,235 for a 9.9% increase. And for our regular programs, a total budget of $2,611,328. $2,611,328. The next line item is winter activities. We're going to continue to fund winter activities. This is a program where for 6 Wednesdays, children leave school early to be able to go skiing, dance, circus arts, gymnastics, and that money is used to fund the program and the bus rides. The next line item is for the athletics program. The next section, is for the athletics program. We've budgeted a reduction in the coaching salary because we've not always been able to maintain all the teams, so that budget line item is reflecting what we expect to spend. And if you see in 2016, we spent $6,725. But I can assure you that Ms. Ratty has told me that if there are girls who want to play softball or anything else, the money will be found to fund those teams. And turning to page 40, if you can remember back to the revenue section when I said there will be changes on special ed, we've reached that part now. So all special ed salaries have moved up to the SU at this point. So where you see all those zeros and all their costs, those have been moved up to the WSESU level. In previous years, the special education educators were moved up to the SU level as well. But we still have to pay for special education. So if you look on the line item below special ed eligible for reimbursement, where it says special ed direct instruction, there's an assessment of $281,568. And that is now assigned on the basis of our population. And I think this is probably a good thing for protecting towns from having an outplacement that could be very expensive on the town and really cause fluctuations in budgets. Now all the districts pool together and are funding special education on the basis of how many students they have. So it does protect towns from having two outplacements that could really significantly affect the tax rate. The next item is for special ed money. The special ed direct instruction is to support students in early ed services. For a total special ed budget this year of $341,774. And the next section is our food service subsidy that helps keep our food service program going. So the final line for our total expenditures is $2,987,500. I have been told by very wise people in town that attempting this next page is a fool's errand. But if you'll bear with me, I'll give it my best shot. The state requires us to put the data in this incredibly small font so that we can compare what our budget has done over the past 3 years. But this is also an important part because this determines how much taxes we all pay, which I think is probably why you're all here. So we take our total budget of $2,987,500 from the previous page, and the offsetting revenues for our education spending of $2,732,166. That is divided by our number of equalized pupils, which is somewhat related to how many students are here, but I wouldn't even attempt that, even with Frank Rucker here, to try to explain exactly the difference between how many students are here and equalized pupils, because it's a very long formula based on the income levels of students. It's a 2-year average. It's the students that were here the first roughly 6 weeks of school. And there's something called phantom students. Enough said. That number that we get from the state in December is divided into our education spending to give you our per equalized pupil education spending. The next line item down is this excess spending threshold, and unfortunately we went over it this year. The board and Joe Carroll and the SU worked very hard. We removed about $140,000 from the budget to get as close as we could to that spending threshold without changing programming, without decimating our programming, which is why we made decisions to fundraise for class trips. So that $80 is our amount that's over our excess spending threshold, giving us our district equalized tax rate per pupil figure of $17,545. Everybody still with me? That number is, we're getting close to how they determine our tax rate. Stay with me. 68% of the students in Dummerston, 68.02% of the students in Dummerston attend the Dummerston school. So we multiply that district equalized homestead tax rate by 68% to get $1.184. That's the portion of your tax rate that would come from running the Dummerston school. But Thank you, Dan Normando, for explaining CLA. We all know that that number now, that 1.184, is divided by 106.5. So you can see right here how having a higher CLA will bring down your the tax portion of your bill from the Dummerston school from 1.184 down to 1.112. And this is for your homestead rate if you're paying your taxes based on the value of your homestead. As we all know, you can also pay on the basis of income. If you make under $137,000 for your homestead and 2 acres, you can file your homestead declaration and pay on the basis of income. That rate is determined with slightly different numbers. But for your homestead and 2 acres, you would multiply your income by 2.96, and that would be the maximum that you would pay. We're not done at $1.11, unfortunately, because we have our BUHS students, our 9 through 12 students. The next portion is the BUHS portion. If you see line 37, is 55 cents. And that's down from last year as well. You add the 55 cents to the $1.11 for a final tax rate of $1.629. I'm sorry, what did I say wrong? The 118. No, the $1.12, because that's been prorated by the CLA. So the $1.11, sorry. 1.112 plus the 0.551. No? Gets you to the 1.62. Right? Am I wrong? 1.1, because you have to use 2 CLA numbers. That doesn't look right. Oh. I may have to phone a friend, Frank. It's the $1.11, right? Plus the BUHS portion is 0.551. Correct?
Yeah, yes. So you are correct, and what you're trying to do is identify the CLA-adjusted BUHS rate, and that's where you're just getting hung up a little bit. But you are correct. The more straightforward path for folks to follow is take the equalized number that you referred to. It's on line 31. It's $1.18. And then look at the equalized, the apples to apples number, the equalized UHS number, which is line 37. And you add those two up and you get the $1.73. And then we do the CLA to the combined number. It's either way, you're getting to the right point, but that's a little easier to follow. So then it's $1.73 divided by the CLA for Dummerston, K through 12, and that CLA number is 106?
16.5.
Yeah, and you divide 1.735 by 1.065, and you will get the $629, or $1,629 per 100,000.
And that is a 2.9% decrease from the previous year.
They're great, aren't they? Any questions? Yes, Sam.
Thank you, Sam Farwell. Could you clarify what line 30 means? I either just missed your explanation or Didn't sink in.
Percent of Dummerston equalized pupils not in a union school district.
Does that mean we know how many students are in Dummerston and the ones that aren't in our school, or?
No, that's the students, because Dummerston has students pre-K through 12. So the percent that are in pre-K through 8 would be the 68%. And then if you look down to the 31.98%, those are the students attending BUHS. Students.
Okay.
So when they say district, they mean the district of Dummerston versus the BUHS district.
Okay, okay. So we're not counting students that are being homeschooled or going to private schools?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, in the back, Michelle.
Couple of small questions. Michelle Charrier. Back on page 39, could you give me a generalized idea of how frequently are science and math textbooks updated and need to be replaced in a school?
They haven't been updated in the middle school since I've been here, except for the 6th grade. So the middle school is in desperate need of upgrading equipment and curriculum.
You would characterize it as infrequent?
Yes, infrequent.
Thank you. I only have one other question regarding the winter activities programs. What percentage of the students going to school here actually participate in that?
All but 11 this year.
That's pretty amazing. Thank you.
It's expected that they participate.
Did everyone hear the question that Michelle asked? Michelle wondered how many of our students participate in winter activities, and Joe Carroll answered that all students except 11 did this year. Any other comments or questions over here? Let's start with right there.
Hi, my name is Lynn Levine, and I just have a curious question about why there's one less teacher in this school.
Because the teacher retired and we decided not to rehire that position. It was an academic support position, and if you look at the number of students that we have, based on the number of academic support teachers that we have in place, it was just too much.
And Reed, you had your hand raised.
Reed Miller, it's not really a question that needs to be answered, but what took so long to prorate special ed? That's been killing this budget for 30 years. Thank you.
That sounded like a rhetorical question. Is that right, Reed? Good, okay. Any other questions or comments? Over here?
Thank you all for your service and committee work, first of all.
Rick, could you say your name?
I'm sorry, Rick
Thanks.
Mills, Hague Road. All right, going through the line items, I did not see an audit in any of the record lines, and I didn't know where that would be placed. And if I remember correctly, an audit had to occur, I thought it was every 3 years, but I might stand corrected there. And I didn't know if that was up and coming or due, or if I just didn't see it in the lines.
So audit is much like the special ed services that have been required to be centralized at the supervisory union. So you see the audit is within the assessment from the supervisory union. Christina mentioned the assessment is pretty level funded, but it is part of that figure. And it is completed. The audit is completed every year now. It's an annual.
Are you ready for the question? The motion is to approve the school board to expend $2,987,500, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have your school budget. Article 6, shall the voters of the school district approve the school board to expend $60,000 for previously deferred repairs and maintenance, such as paving of the school entrance and improvements to current HVAC equipment. It is estimated that this additional expenditure, if approved, will result in education spending of $17,849 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 3.7% higher than spending for the current year.
I move that we approve the school board to expend $60,000 for previously deferred repairs and maintenance, such as paving of the school entrance and improvements to current HVAC equipment. It is estimated that this additional expenditure, if approved, will result in education spending of $17,849 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 3.7% higher than spending for the current year.
Is there a second? Thank you. Would one of you like to present this?
I can present this. Hi, Mike McGillian. We decided to, can you all hear me? Thank you. We decided to add a separate item to the budget this year, or separate from the budget this year, because as we learned in the earlier town portion of the meeting, there can't be line item adjustments to the school budget. So in order to prevent the, or in the hopes of possibly preventing a budget getting defeated for one line item that we had questions about ourselves, we decided to warn it as a separate article. This is essentially a capital fund that would increase, or that would provide some funds for the things that are identified, specifically paving of the, not paving of the dirt parking lot, but paving of the entranceway and portion that goes out past the kindergarten room for improvements to do that and to do needed HVAC equipment improvement. We've had some reports regarding some of these items, the air exchangers and things like that, that we don't have a capital fund for at the present time, because over past years the capital fund has been decreased to pay for deficits.
Any questions, comments? Yes, in the back, John.
John Warren, this is probably hopelessly pedantic, but it says for improvements such as this and that. Does that mean that you might not do those, but might do something else, or are you committed to those two items?
Did you hear that?
I did. The question was, are we committing ourselves to these specific things? I believe that the language of the article leaves some flexibility for the school board to make those decisions.
Any other questions? Yes, Sam.
If you have the calculation to the increase in the tax rate, I think we'd all love to hear it. Not the calculation, just the increase.
When we looked at it, it came up to the current year's tax rate. So if you look at page 48 with the chart on it, it would be the same rate as the current fiscal year with the 60,000 added. That was our calculation.
What page are you on?
41, yep.
I believe the school board is saying that with an approval of this motion, the tax rate would be what it is for the current year, FY 2017, which is 1.678.
Yep.
Rather than a decrease, it would be the same as the year we're in.
And that was one of the reasons why we didn't go more than 60, to not exceed the existing. And just to clarify too, the capital fund wasn't depleted to pay deficits. It wasn't funded in past years because we were continuously over the cap and would incur a significant penalty in our tax rates by adding to and maintaining a capital fund.
Any other questions? Are you ready for the question? Oh, Reed?
Simple question. We finally got to the point where we got very small digits increases. Why couldn't we stay there? I appreciate the needs, but the other question is, it wasn't that long ago the town of Dummerston had the most inefficient school system in the state of Vermont with their, when the state did their math by kids. We finally got to the point where you came in with a low number and now you're asking again to bump it up. Can't we learn something and just sort of stay the course a little bit?
I wonder if that's another rhetorical question or if there's an answer from the school board.
Can I?
Amy?
Reed, I think that's why we added it as a separate warning article.
Other questions? Lewis in the back?
Yeah, this is Lewis White. You might not like the sounds of this, but I'm just going to go get up to the Act 46 thing sort of in a roundabout way. Putney has a deficit of over $1 million. We're pretty even on ours. If Act 46 goes through, we take on their debt. Why wouldn't we wait and let this go through all the schools if Act 46 is going to go through?
Can I just comment? Lewis, at this point, it's uncertain or it's unclear how our communities might proceed under Act 46 requirements. So the air handling unit has been broken for at least the 10 of the 13 or 14 years I've been serving on school board, and it's needed attention all this time. The parking lot, or the driveway out front, we've patched it through the years, and those patches are just falling apart, and it is problematic out front, and that was why we added these things in at this point. The driveway has been needed to be totally redone, probably since, again, my 13 years here.
Jody?
Why can't
Could you
the
state your name, Jody?
Jody Normando,
Thank
sorry. Why can't the town do the pavement when they do the pavement? Because if they do it and it comes off of our budget, we're not getting penalized. And so the town won't be penalized for it. And I would like to see that kind of thing in share with the town. And I know you're going to say the town doesn't want to do it, but I would like to direct that we talk about doing it.
Jody, you're putting words in my mouth because that's not what I was going to say. It's statute. Even by allowing the town to plow a portion of our driveway that is crossing that line, yes. So we can't do it. What we have done in the past, when we actually did the patching job years ago, the town was paving, I think it was Schoolhouse Road, and we tapped into that and had them come patch. So, you know, in theory, we hoped that we got a better rate because the service provider was already here with the hot mix.
Are you ready for the question? The motion on the floor is to approve the expenditure of $60,000 for previously deferred repairs and maintenance, such as paving of the school entrance and improvements to the current HVAC equipment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I'd like to interrupt us for a moment. I'm sure many of you know the wonderful gentleman on the cover of our town report this year. He served on the school board for many years, including being chair, on the Selectboard for quite a few years, including being chair, and a number of other boards and committees in the town. And he is in the audience today, and I'd like to give us an opportunity to thank Andrew McFarland. Article 7, to see whether the voters will request the Dummerston Town School Board to engage in a full and thorough examination of the feasibility of alternatives to merger. The current merger plan being proposed by a 5-town Act 46 study committee, which is not answerable to our school board or the electorate, proposes merging the other town school districts of the WSESU and the administration into one unified union school district, with the consequent elimination of the Dummerston Town School Board. The WSESU merger would empower a new multi-town board to contemplate closure of the Dummerston Town School and the elimination of grades in ensuing years. This article was placed on the warning by petition, and I believe Paul Normando is going to make the motion for this.
Thank you. Madam Moderator, I move to see whether the voters will request the Town Dummerston School Board to engage in a full and thorough examination of the feasibility of alternatives to merger. The current merger plan being proposed by the 5-town Act 46 study committee, which is not answerable to our school board or the electorate, proposes merging the other town school districts in the WSESU and the administration into one unified union school district with the consequent elimination of the Dummerston Town School Board. The WSESU merger would empower the new multi-town board to contemplate closure of the Dummerston Town School and the elimination of grades in the ensuing years.
Paul, I'm going to ask if you'll accept a friendly correction. You made a motion to see whether the voters will request. I think what you mean is a motion that the voters do request. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the correction.
Sure. Is there a second to Paul's motion? Okay, I've heard several. Paul, would you like to speak to it?
I would. Thank you.
Thank you.
This article, as you mentioned, was prepared by a petition of 145 Dummerston voters, and the motive behind the petition came about because last year there were several people who requested talking about Act 46, and the discussion was shut down with kind of the comment that said, well, if we want to talk about Act 46, we're going to be here all day. So with that background, the article came about to create an avenue to try to engage townspeople to discuss Act 46 and its ramifications for the town, and to try to determine how the town feels about merging into a consolidated district. Secondly, the message that we're trying to send to our school board is to pursue an alternative governance structure, because the study committee has refused to alter its course in pursuing the so-called preferred governance structure. And the study committee has refused to incorporate into its articles of agreement provisions allowing the town to vote as to whether or not our school would close or our 7th and 8th graders would be transferred to BAMS. Thank you.
Any questions, comments?
Cindy?
Yes, Amy.
If I may. Thank you. I'm Amy Wall, and I am your Dummerston voting member on the Act 46 Study Committee. Christina Naylor is the ex officio and alternate voting member on the study committee. Last year, when I was chair, and Jody raised the issue under other school business of discussing Act 46, it didn't even occur on my radar to bring that up as a point of discussion for our communities because the information at that point was so unclear. The committee itself had been working towards an accelerated merger. That would have been a 5-town unification of Brattleboro, Dummerston, Putney, and Guilford, and Vernon. At about, I think it was in late February, the state of Vermont Agency of Education reversed a previous decision that would allow Vernon to keep school choice if we pursued an accelerated merger together. And as the saying goes, that was the wrench that threw us off track. And at that point, it happened right before we came to town meeting, and really we had no clear direction about what we were going to do. There was a lot of information that was missing, and also the state as a whole was playing catch up in terms of providing useful information for study committees and local boards to have meaningful discussions. So if I did a disservice to our community by not raising the Act 46 issue last year as chair, I apologize. I do think that in the ensuing year that there have been many opportunities for our community to state how they feel about Act 46. I don't know if any of you are following it on BCTV, or I know a few of you are attending the meetings. I think it's pretty clear how the folks that attend the meeting feel about Act 46 and the study committee's merger work. At least the ones that attend the meetings, they're loudly and sometimes very vocally against anything that resembles unification. In terms of pursuing an alternative governance structure, early on the study committee, and I am going to get into this in the under the other school business, I'll share with you information from the study committee. I'll be wearing that hat instead of a school board member hat. We did look at other structures, and the ones that we presented or had hoped to present to the voters in April or May for a 4-town unification of Brattleboro, Dummerston, Guilford, and Putney, we felt met the criteria of Act 46 as law. It also was the best thing for our children in terms of educational opportunities. And it potentially offered additional savings so that taxpayers can provide for public education at a value that a cost that they value, which is one of the Act 46 criteria. The study committee did not refuse to look at other structures. We looked at many. We did, as Paul we didn't, as Paul states, refused to allow a town to vote on school closure. It was a long debated point in our deliberations as we worked together to craft potential articles of agreement. What we settled on was a year-long process and a guarantee or a year-long process leading up to a school closure, if one was seen as being necessary. We also, written in the current articles, there's a guarantee that no school will close for the first 4 or 5 years. Is it 4 or 5, Christina? 4? 5. 5 years. And then the movement of a grade from one building to another is not under the purview of a board. It is administrative function, and it would be something that we were advised legally should not be included in the Articles of Agreement. I think that's it for now.
Up front here.
Hi, I'm Ines McGillian, and I've been attending many of these meetings, and it's not clear what the status of a merger vote is at this point, but one thing that is clear is that the boards of all of the towns under Act 46, Section 9, are actually by statute obligated to start preparing a report for the state to be submitted in November of next year. So what we're asking our board to do is something that they're required to do, and I think it'd be nice if the town let them know that that's what we want. I have concerns about a merger because we would lose our local voice. We'd be going from having 100% control over who represents us to diluted control, where we really would only have 11% voice in a merged district. And I also have concerns about the potential for school closure. Even though it may not be the intent of the statute, it will be inevitably the pressure that will be put on a unified board. And right now we have a system that works. I think that what the legislature should focus on is perhaps changes in the school funding formula, but I would urge you all to vote in favor of this petition, of this article, because it's something the board is required to do in any case. And that you all follow the Act 46 proceedings and stay involved.
In the back, Jess?
Hi, I'm Akara Draper, and I'm a newcomer to this town, relatively speaking in Vermont terms, been here 4 years. And I came very curious as I watched all these different articles popping up about Act 46, and I said, what's going on? And my wife and I have attended many of the committee hearings on both sides, and came to the conclusion that it just does not make sense to say yes to what is being proposed at the moment as Act 46. There are changes that can happen. There are many, many towns that are having difficulty with this and have started expressing that. Maine did vote for a law very similar to this, and they are trying to get out of it and can't, and are suffering as a result. The Act 46 says that it's going to save us money. It hasn't proven to do that. In many other states that have passed this, that has not been the case. It has, so no tax savings are realized, and equity, that is a really difficult term to apply to our schools. How can we deal with the discrepancies between the different programs that we have in different towns? And I think we all need to define that better. So does it mean that we're going to offer the exact same programs? Does it mean that we want all the kids' grades to somehow average out? How is that defined? What we have now is a really unique school system here. And I just think that it deserves time. This issue about whether we adopt Act 46 or not deserves more time. And in order to do that, we could be exploring alternative structures, which we know Montpelier has begun to do now. So, thank you.
David, over here. Yes, David.
I don't have all night, but I...
Could you state your name, David?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Dick Verkstes. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I haven't been to a town meeting in a long time, and that's another story. I used to bring my students up here, and I taught at the Austin School, and this was an opportunity for them to learn about local government. But I want to clarify something that Amy said. You said that the study committee looked at other merger options, but in the statute, in Act 46, an alternative governance structure is defined as a supervisory union with member districts that has the responsibility for pre-K through 12, that works to maximize its efficiencies. And there's, I think, one other, but basically what it is what we are. It's called under this law an alternative governance structure. And I think because the focus from the beginning, from the legislature, it seems to me has been governance and not goals. It's been working to reduce the number of school districts. And that's what's kicking up a big backlash in Vermont. We're not alone. There are lots of other districts that are not interested in giving up local voice. Now, I guess what I'd like to say is that the alternative governance structure cannot be pursued by the study committee. It's designed to be explored by the school boards, working together, talking to each other, doing a self-study, coming together to see how they could meet the goals of the Act. Now, nobody in the state, no district in the state, has presented a supervisory union alternative governance structure. So, we may be the first, but at least we ought to give it a try. Now, there are lots of bills in the legislature that are looking to change the way education is funded, but that's not going to be the change-all for this law. But, property tax pits the landowner against the school board, and it's not fair. We all believe in education. It's the future for our communities and our world. So without investing in education, the legislature is talking about a $140 million prison. What we pay to incarcerate somebody is 5 times what we pay to educate a child. So I think it's got to be taken away from property tax in some way. I'm not sure how that's going to happen, but I think this is going to be a good jolt for the legislature to begin thinking about that. Maybe income tax based more than it is. That's one of the bills. But I guess I would like to encourage the board to pursue an alternative governance structure by doing a self-study with other school boards in our districts. That, of course, is at an impasse as well as the study committee, because the study committee has now sent their articles to the state for advice. I think with the second Vernon vote, it's put you at a real disadvantage to getting any law written in time for the deadline. We have until November 30th, 2017, to put together a proposal of an alternative governance structure. But I don't know how the board gets torn away from the study committee to be able to do that. So I guess that would be my hope. But I know that, not to beat up on the study committee because they've done a great job for a long time, my criticism is that in the beginning, I don't think like some other communities, they went to the community and said, how do you feel about this? This is what we're faced with. Give us your input. Do a survey. Have some open meetings. If we had had that chance, we might well have been further along than where we are today in maybe coming up with a proposal that works for everybody. And, this issue of local control has gotten me up off my couch and off my golf course because I believe very strongly about this school. And you've heard other people say they came to Dummerston because of the school. Well, it's true for us. We've been here 45 years. Our kids are no longer even in Dummerston, but but it was important to their growing up, and it was important to our being a part of this town. So I would encourage that we don't give up on our local voice. Thank you.
Calling on Jody Normando in the front. You've had your hand up for a while, Jody.
I shouldn't be following Dick because he took most of what I wanted to say. Oh, Jody Normando, didn't I say that? Okay. But to follow up with Dick, and I've got the Act 46 law here, and it does definitely describe an alternative structure as a supervisory union with doing all of these things. And there's a whole bunch of other things that it describes. So I want to encourage the board, particularly, along with community members. Other study committees have been school board members and community members, and it's been quite a different mix that way, rather than being all just, for example, the chairman of each school board that goes along. Some of the things that really bother me about merging, the way that it's set up now by the study committee, you know, our school, this school, I think built in 3 or maybe 4 sections. How many, Harold? 4 sections, Harold says. He was an ex-school board member also. And I just think of all the 5, oh my goodness, all these old school board members are filling me in here. But whatever, it's been built by our money and our energies and our interests over the years. And, you know, and we've been very diligent in keeping it in good shape. Except for the potholes out front. But do we really want to give it up to another entity? If we merge, this super board owns our school and our grounds, unless we do something about it. There is no exit clause, as Akira mentioned. If we vote to merge, there's no way out of it if it doesn't work for us. The Articles of Agreement proposed it does not include a positive vote of the town to close our schools, as someone has said too, you know, or to send our kids elsewhere. And Amy just said it's not even the board's decision. It sounds like an administrative decision. Well, right now, it's our decision what we do, and not nobody else's decision. Many other of the area's study committees have those votes for the town in their Articles of Agreement. There'd be no longer a viable school portion of this lovely town meeting. I mean, yes, they say we can come, and they've got this little wonderful leadership committee that has no control over anything. They could talk to us about the school, but we can't sit here and talk about our budget. Do we want it to go up? Do we want it to go down? How do we like our budget? It would be like a $57 million budget combined. That's over twice as much as the high school budget is today, and as you just saw this year, 100 people went to the high school meeting to vote on the budget. Nobody understands it, and nobody can control it. There are many other things that Dummerston would lose. We have some handouts on the back page if anybody wants to look at them. What I would like to suggest, and I think I said it in the beginning, is that I would like the board with community members to start thinking about this. A group of us have already come up with several ideas as to how we could do this and put an alternative structure together where we can work with the other boards around here and we can share things. I'd like to have the time to be able to discuss that. As was said before, the study committee cannot do it. They're talking about doing this, but by law, it is the school boards at this point who need to do that. So thank you.
I'm going to employ the pro and con model. We've had 4 people speak to the motion on the floor. All are in favor of the motion. Is there anyone who is against the motion who would like to speak?
I would.
Amy?
I am not necessarily in favor of this motion, primarily because a lot of the work's already been done by the study committee, and it is basing its current draft proposal for town unification on what it has investigated thoroughly over the last 18 months since fall of 2015. Just a couple of comments or corrections and information to board. Inez referenced board representation. That is dictated to us by statute, and it would be very similar to what we currently have on the BUHS board, where we have Ruth Barton as our Dummerston voting member. That one person from Dummerston would be voted directly by our electorate. And then there are 2 other positions on this 9-member unified board that are at large and will be voted by all communities combined. So there is a potential for greater Dummerston representation if we have active community members, up to 3 maximum. School closure, again, we dug into that for a long time, and if you go to the WSESU website, the current draft of the Articles of Agreement are there, and the article that specifically addresses school closure is there. It is a thoughtful process that involves engaging community stakeholders, town, select board, community, school board, parents, families, students, that all would lead up to a decision to potentially close a school. Again, we went back and forth about the town vote, allowing a town vote, and I am just one voting member on the study committee, and it was felt that it would not be helpful to a future board to work really hard to make this justification for school closure and to have a town come back and defeat it. It really, in the terms of the lawyer's terms, it would really hamstring a future board. That was the terms I think he used. In terms of legislative changes, myself, the chair of the Act 46 Study Committee, Alice Laughlin, and Frank and Lyle Holliday and Ron Staley from Central Office Administration were participants at a recent Senate Education Committee hearing. And at that hearing, we learned that they do not anticipate any major changes to the existing law. So it is a risk, potentially relying on legislators to change the law. In terms of saving money, yes, that is a bit nebulous, but the study committee has identified several $100,000 initially that we can easily see if our unification were to occur. Instead of, in Frank's case, instead of having an office that maintains 7 sets of books, he would have an office that maintains 1 set of books. And it would correspondingly decrease the 7 audits we need into 1 audit. So that's a type of easy savings that we would get. In terms of equity and culture, which is a comment from the back, equity is something that the committee really dug into, and we were skeptical in the beginning about inequities existing, but when we really got into it, there were fairly significant inequities in terms of programming, staffing, services. Again, you'll see this in, I list some of them in the presentations. Summer programming, enrichment, it was foreign language, technology. It was quite an eye-opener, I think, for everybody on the supervisory committee or study committee board. Local voice. I don't want anyone to minimize the role of the proposed leadership councils. That leadership council was specifically developed by the study committee and is unique. I don't believe there's any other study committee that has come up with such a mechanism But leadership councils, if you look at the articles of agreement under Article 15, they do have very specific duties. They are assisting in coordinating the local school committees and advisory organizations, such as the PTFO, endowment, food committees. They would be involved in making recommendations to the potentially unified district board on budget development, capital investments, building and grounds projects, and technology and library resources. They would be making recommendations to the superintendent and principals for school-specific practices and procedures related to district policy. They would be involved in the hiring committees for school staff and faculty. They would be coordinating and reviewing individual school performance data with the district office, and they would be providing yearly activity reports to the supervisory district board. And we came up with those very specific responsibilities because we wanted the leadership councils to have some meat on their bones, so to speak. Again, legal counsel to the study committee advised not putting this article in as an article. He recommended we put it in as an appendix. The group as a whole, I think it was unanimously felt that no, we wanted it in the articles because it was very important as a means of maintaining local input on the operation of our community schools and maintaining that connection to, maintaining that dialogue for local voice. Jody's comment about exit clause, there is an exit clause and it's identical to the one that Vernon tried to do. So that was one of the recommendations that two separate study committees made to the Senate Education Committee at the hearing at Bellows Falls last month to allow for an easier exit clause if it's not working for a community. I actually made that recommendation, and then a comrade from Wyndham Northeast. And I think that's it for now.
Does one of you want to clarify something?
Yeah, just a point of order that Amy Wall is the representative from Dummerston who is a voting member of the study committee, and the "we" that she was referring to, I believe, in most of that discussion right now, referred to her work on the study committee and is not representative of the views necessarily of the full board of the Dummerston Town School. This is part of the difficulties that we're facing vis-a-vis having a study committee and a town school board when certain members may wear more than one hat.
Someone who hasn't spoken on this issue before? Yes, Betty.
Okay. All right.
Betty, will you start with your name?
Betty Greenhoe.
Thank you.
And I don't know, I'm very glad to hear all the things that have been set up and talked about. I would like to know why this town, doesn't have any say in this matter. I don't see why we have to go to a November deadline. Why? I mean, the legislature, in a way, is really jumping good democracy protocol. It really is dumping on us. And think of it that way, because we are in charge of our town. That's the way the whole system is set up. We're not bound to run around in a circle for somebody else. We can say, this is not giving us enough time. We have to do this, or we have to do that. That's our right. And it's very nice to have people that will take on some of this and have committees and all, but I think all of us have to say, don't let this legislature, don't let them make fools of us.
Melissa, I don't think you've spoken today.
My name is Melissa Warden, and I have a question because I just want to make sure I understand what I'm voting for. And it was in your dialogue, Inez, that I heard you say. I want to make sure I understand if this is what I heard. So did you say that the school board or the Act 46 committee has to do this anyway? Is that what I heard you say? So then why, if they're already going to do this, then why do we have a petition to ask them to do it anyway? Does that make sense?
Let's, Melissa, you've addressed that to me, and I'm going to ask Amelia to bring the microphone over to the woman who I think can answer the question. And your name, please?
Again, Ines McGillian.
Thank you.
I didn't draft the petition, but I think that this board is being asked by the townspeople to start the process as soon as possible. The board could decide on its own when it wants to start complying with the law, but I think this petition is meant to express if the people at this town meeting vote for it, that the people of this town want the board to start the process. Well, expedite it or start it in a timely way, because there's only a few months. And speaking to deadlines overall, the state doesn't really have power to do anything until it has to propose a plan at the end of the school year of 2018. But I believe in November, if there isn't already a merger in place, school boards have to come up with an alternative plan. And so there would be no reason to vote contrary to statute. And I would urge my townspeople to show our school board our support for the hard work that they are going to have ahead of them.
Reed?
I'm not an advocate for taxpayers.
Could you state your name?
My name is Reed Miller. I'm not an advocate for kids. I'm not an advocate for parents. I'm not an advocate for teachers. I'm an advocate for communication. 20 some odd years ago, I chaired Putney Dummerston Middle School Committee, where we garnished information, came to you folks and to the community of Putney to make a decision on what you wanted to do. It was your decision. It was your ownership. We closed the West School. I was involved with that. That was your decision. We built a new building here. We expanded this. We incorporated everything into one. That was your decision. It was yours. And when I asked last year, if you look in the back of your town report, when I asked the folks what the ramifications of the finances to the school and to the community, the response was, there is no discussion, this is closed. And I'm not saying that is to come down on Amy. I'm saying that because that's the difference between when we work and we make our decisions versus a committee does what they want to do. You heard about a lot of talk and a lot of discussions. You weren't involved with that. I wasn't involved with that. A handful of people that know more than we do. I'm asking for communications, for the study committee to be forthright in open communications, because clearly it's complicated and clearly it has changed since they first came forward. The fact that this is an ongoing event and there has been changes since this started should tell us, should tell you how much more work has to be done. It is us. It always has been, and before we give that away, we need to have an opportunity to be part of.
On your right, Amelia, yes. I'm Eleanor Toll. and I think this is relevant to what we're voting on. What I'd like to talk about is the loss of the local school board and the group board of 9 that would be. Now, I was the Dummerston representative, one of 2, on the Brattleboro Union High School Board. Unfortunately, so long ago, you really won't be able to fact check me. But with Dr. Baldwin, and you will remember him. Anyway, my experience was to be the Dummerston rep, 2 of us of an 18 board, which parallels one Dummerston to a 9-member board. I know we could try to elect 2 or whatever. I did get that part. But I will say that to be one rep from a smaller town with Brattleboro and whatever, it was really a waste of time. Now, I'm sure this will be a much better board if that's what happens. But what I learned very fast was to be the Dummerston rep my job was to support the superintendent, whatever he wanted. And if you didn't, you actually got moved on to one of those nothing committees. And so I'm just saying, I can't quite imagine the 9-member board having a good discussion about whether Dummerston's 6th graders are going to be funded for their graduation trip or not. Can you imagine that? I don't think it would happen. So I think there's a great deal to be said for keeping our local board. And my personal experience of being a Dummerston rep on a larger board is that I resigned after 2 years and didn't last 3 because I had better use of my time.
Hey, Cindy?
Susan?
Can I go after?
Yes, Amy?
Suzanne Weinberg. The imbalance on the larger board concerns me too. I'm not speaking for or against the petition that was presented by Paul because I don't feel quite informed enough to know whether all the territory has been covered yet. So the questions I have are about whether certain territory has been covered. But first, a comment about the imbalance on the larger board. It seems like, Amy, you gave an illustration of what happens when you just told us about the conversation about whether there would be, whether the whole group wanted to include in the articles a provision that the town could vote on whether a school would close, and you got outnumbered by the other people in that group. So to me, that illustrates that the concern about imbalance on the board, as we've experienced with the Waste District earlier today, really does have consequences for small towns, and that worries me a lot. I think addressing Reed's comments about communication, there have been tons of opportunities. We've been invited to the meetings, they're on Brattleboro TV, lots of articles, but it becomes overwhelming to really keep up with essentially being a community member, keeping track of all of that. So I feel frustrated not by the absence of opportunity for communication, but the fact that I have a life and I just can't keep up with all of it. But the question I have is whether, and this will help determine my vote on this petition, is whether in the Act 46 study committee so far, has there been talk about a more modified merger, talking again with Putney about maybe those 2 systems just getting together and constructing some sort of sharing of resources. I'm just wondering whether that's been explored. The times I've asked about it before in town, people said to me, oh, well, that was talked about a long time ago and vetoed, but that, this is a new situation. So has that already been looked at?
Amy, can you answer that?
So I'll work my way back from that question to the previous ones. So Putney, and this will be part of the presentation I make after this discussion is done. We do not meet, a Dummerston-Putney unification doesn't meet the criteria of Act 46. It doesn't involve more than 4 districts, and we do not meet the number of students required. in years past, so that's my study committee hat on. Now I'm going to put my school board hat on, and in the years past, we have had conversations, informal, more formal, with Putney, and it really has never materialized into anything more than, hey, we don't have enough kids to field our boys' baseball team. Can our boys come play on your team? So, unfortunately, and that is one of the limitations of our current structure. So the dialogue between the two community school boards has been ongoing through the years, and we just haven't been able to identify an opportunity for doing so. The imbalance of the board, that imbalance could happen here with this board. And I think it's safe to say, in fact, it has. That we have some fundamental disagreements about Act 46 and its implications. Speaking to whether, I don't know if it was a different superintendent that Mrs. Toole worked with, but I've only worked with Dr. Staley, and I've never once felt dictated to him or been cast off to a lesser committee. The feedback I get on the BOHS board from the representatives that I am in contact with is that it is a pretty good group to work with. They obviously, like our board, have their disagreements, but they're able to function well and come to a decision that's in the best interests of the school. So I just would like to point out that that type of imbalance can happen locally or on a larger board. And the superintendent. See, in terms of communication, communication has been a challenge. For the study committee, we have, as everyone hopefully knows, we have all of our 80 some odd hours of work sessions recorded on BCTV's website. You can go, if you're having a sleepless night and you really want to get into it, you can see some of the exciting, riveting footage. We also have a link on the WSESU website. There were recently some videos released by the study committee in the form of a public service announcement. Unfortunately, the town didn't feel comfortable sending that out via the town email list, so I could not get that information to you. Likewise, the board has not felt comfortable posting that information on the school's website. So in terms of getting the information out there to our community, and again, I'm speaking with my school board hat, or my study committee member hat on, it has been a frustration of mine. I have written with my study committee board hat on articles for every issue of the Views since we've formed, trying to keep people up to date. And when I see and have the opportunity to meet up with people in the grocery store that I know are from Dummerston or other places, inevitably the discussion is Act 46. So I do take advantage of that. There is a plethora of information out there. Some of it's really good, some of it's not so good. I think if you really wanted to delve into it, the first place I would start would be on the WSESU website for a more condensed version. There's some presentations on there that we gave as the study committee that really summarize some of the key points. And then again, the video clips. They're small 2-minute max video clips. I think there's about 10 of them in total that delve into some of the finer points, not in great detail, but give you an overview so that, hopefully you come away with a little better understanding. Deadlines, to the lovely lady in the back that spoke about deadlines. Unfortunately, Act 40, or fortunately, however you want to look at Act 46, it is the law of the land, and that's one of the things that Rebecca Holcomb, our Secretary of Education, has told us. She told us that when she came to Putney to meet with the study committee, I believe, 9 months to a year ago. And her comment to us was, it is the law of the land. And it does have deadlines associated with it. And all of this was done by our legislators. If there are issues with the law and the deadlines, then those issues need to be taken not only to your local boards, but also to your local legislators. Some of the looming deadlines, as Inez referenced, November 2017, if a district like Dummerston is not going to pursue unification with others, we need to do a self-study and justify how we are going to meet the criteria put forth in Act 46. In June of 2018, if no plan has been presented, the AOE designs a plan, statewide plan, and then November 2018, the State Board of Education would review and approve that plan. So those are the significant deadlines that are looming ahead.
You have both already spoken. Eleanor, you have two. Amy answered several questions. She's spoken twice in addition to answering those questions, so Amy will be restricted from now on to only answering questions. Joe Cook?
I'm Joe Cook. I actually did serve on the Brattleboro High School Board, I guess 14 years ago, as Dummerston's representative, and I'm glad to say I actually chaired that board. I thought it was a very collegial board and that there was no discrimination against the smaller towns, is my recollection. The reality here is we're faced with declining enrollment statewide, and costs keep increasing. And I think that Act 46, which is, as Amy said, the law, is a reaction to help try to rein in those costs. I buy the New York Times on Fridays, and they compare properties for sale around the country. And occasionally Vermont comes up, and they have similarly priced properties. And interestingly, the property taxes, for Vermont properties is always significantly higher than states around the country. And again, I think that this is Act 46 is an effort to try to rein in those costs. And as Amy said, if we don't develop a plan, the state's going to have one for us, and I expect that there's going to be less flexibility than the study committee has proposed. And I just wanted to echo one of the things Suzanne said earlier, and that is that we have volunteers that work on these matters painstakingly for literally years, and I wouldn't want their efforts to be undermined by another group at this late hour. So thank you.
Is there anyone else who has not yet spoken to this issue? Eleanor, I'll call on you again.
I just wanted to clarify. This is Eleanor Toll. Amy mentioned things working well with Mr. Staley, and I didn't want anybody here to think I was referring to Mr. Staley. I was not. He is a very fine fellow, and I'm sure doing a great job and would listen carefully. The superintendent I referred to will not be upset about what I said because he's been dead a long time.
Okay, Jody.
Jody Normando. One of the things I wanted to mention is that the study committee, they are an entity in and of themselves. They say out loud that they do not represent our local boards or they do not represent the towns. For some reason, and I have yet to figure it out with the state, that they're just they're like the Supreme Court justices. Once they're there, they're there. Someone else mentioned the Wyndham Solid Waste District, and it was brought up when Mike Mrowicki was here too, or the representatives were here, and what happened in that was very definitely Brattleboro versus the small towns, and I think we need to keep that in mind. Mike Mrowicki also talked about a lot of changes going on, a lot of in the legislature with different laws, different bills, I can't call them laws, different bills. We do not know what's going to happen. I think a lot depends on what happens today across the state with the towns that are voting whether to merge or not. If the state sees that there's only one or two that are being against this, the state will probably continue in their direction. If the state sees that there are a lot of towns, because there are well over 100 that have not either done anything or have voted no so far. So they're not going to step on 100 towns at that way. And as far as the criteria of Act 46 and the deadlines, deadlines is one of the things they're talking about moving. Things are, even they've all said up front that things are very, very fluid. We never know what's going to happen from one day to the next up there. I went to the same meeting that Amy and the rest went to. I found it very interesting. I found they listened to us. Not only the study committees got listened to, but there were probably 6 or 7 of us private people that the State Education, Senate Education Board listened to. And since then, I've been in communication with several of them. I don't know where they're going to go. None of us know where they're going to go. And as far as Joe Cook's talking about reading the New York Times, our schools may be expensive, but our schools are really one of the top schools in the nation. And I am all for education, and education does not come cheaply. If we could get the state to fund it differently, number one, if we could get the state to stop putting social issues on the kids on our schools before we could even teach, if we could get the state to stop sending down mandates as to whatever the legislature feels from one year to the next, and then turning around and blaming us for being expensive. That really bothers me, and I think we need to talk to our legislators about that. So I do hope that we can do something different than what's been proposed, or we won't be here another year discussing this.
Lynn Levine, you had your hand up. Do you still want to speak, Lynn?
I'm Lynn Levine, and I don't know if you can do this on this kind of article, but can you call the question on something that's just a suggestion?
Yes, you can call the question on any article.
Okay, well, I like to call the question.
Calling the question, as you recall, means we cease debate on this issue. It requires a 2/3 majority. All those in favor of ceasing debate and going to a vote on this article, on the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have well over a 2/3 majority. I will rule that the ayes win and the question is called. The question on the table, I'll read the beginning of it again. The motion is, will we request the Dummerston Town School Board to engage in a full and thorough examination of the feasibility of alternatives to merger? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and Article 7 passes. Article 8, to transact any other business that may legally come before said town school district meeting.
I have some business, if people care to learn more about Act 46. Oh, yes, one thing before we do that.
Let's do it from here. Just don't want to stand up. So I just want to let the town know that we received 2 retirement notifications from 2 bright and shining stars in our teaching community. Linda Scranyards, who was a classroom teacher for many years and then was an academic support teacher in the math area, has been an incredible teacher to our children for many years. She has my children coming home excited about algebra, and that is some kind of magic that she works. In addition, Annette Wilson, our first grade teacher, has also announced her retirement effective next year. And that woman, going into her classroom is really something to do if you can get down on your knees and sneak in, which I have done many times. It's really worth the trip to watch how she strings concepts together for children, how much enthusiasm she brings to the classroom. So it is with deep regrets that the school board accepted the resignation of these two great educators.
Amy has a presentation for us about Act 46 that may answer more questions. I wonder if there's anything else from the floor before she starts. Okay, Amy.
Thank you. So first thing I will say is that this process has been extremely challenging, and please don't shoot the messenger. How do we get the light on?
I don't know anything about it, but I'm just going to do what I think. Oh. I got a blinking light like it was going to wake up. Yeah.
Would you like a pastel?
So, is it coming or? Okay. Oops. Yeah. There we go. Okay.
Is there anyone in the room who knows how to lower the lights a bit?
It's that back panel. You can hit.
Jesse and Amelia, can you look in that back panel?
So if you don't mind, I'm going to sit down because I have to forward slides manually. So I now have my Act 46 Study Committee member hat on. Act 46, what is it? It's a law that was signed by Governor Shumlin in 2015 to address the issues of declining enrollment, increasing educational costs, and the inequity seen in educational opportunities for Vermont students. It has 5 different goals. One is to provide substantial equity in the quality and variety of educational opportunities statewide. It needs to lead students to achieve and exceed the state's educational quality standards as adopted by the State Board of Education at the direction of the General Assembly. It also dictates that we must maximize operational efficiencies through increased flexibility to manage, share, and transfer resources with the goal of increasing district-level ratio of students to full-time equivalent staff. It promotes transparency and accountability, and all delivers publication all at a cost that parents, voters, and taxpayers value. And that is actually written into the law. What is educational equity? This has been a topic that's been discussed for quite a while. Equality is really sameness. Each kid gets the same thing. And as we all know, that's not necessarily what every student needs. Some students need different forms of support to be successful, and others need less. So equity is really about fairness and allowing students to have access to the same opportunities so that we can actually get them to a state of equality. What do things look like locally in terms of declining enrollment, increasing costs, and inequitable opportunities? Well, the green arrow points to the blue line up there, and that is Dummerston's enrollment in the elementary program. And as you can see, it's probably one of the more, it's not decreasing as much as the other elementary schools in our supervisory union. But it is in fact decreasing. If you look at the enrollment levels at the high school, obviously it's much more marked because it is a combination of all the communities. When you look at increasing educational spending, we are seeing it locally. The chart in blue shows FY 2005 expenditures per pupil spending and 2015 educational spending. We started at almost 11,000 in 2005 for all WSESU's schools combined, and most recently we were at almost 16,000 for FY 2015. And at the bottom I've also put the educational spending for Dummerston specifically for FY 2015 and then in the last 3 fiscal years. And as we voted today, our new per pupil spending is going to be over closer to the $18,000 range. In terms of school performance, this is a snapshot of Smarter Balance assessment scores. Dummerston, as we all know, did very well, but our poverty rate is not as high as other schools, and even though we are doing well, I, as a study committee member, as a parent, and as a community member, contend that we can do better for our students so that they can perform better and learn more. And all this information that I'm sharing with you, not necessarily this presentation, but the information is available on the Act 46 Study Committee page of the WSESU website. And if you would like this presentation, I can happily email it to you. In terms of the inequities, I mentioned that earlier when we were discussing the previous article. We were all on the study committee very surprised at the level of inequities that we discovered, and they were primarily around academic programming, extended day programming, summer programming, enrichment after school, Title I fund. We're not eligible for Title I in Dummerston. Pre-K programming, we don't have pre-K here. We could very easily have that if we were part of a unified system. Universal meals, student placement, technology, foreign language, endowments. We found all these differences, and they were not insignificant. They were pretty sizable. In terms of what the study committee has been working on since November 2015, our primary question that we are trying to answer is what is best for our children. And what we mean by our children is not just Dummerston children, but our greater collective community's children. And our goals are to increase educational opportunities, to increase educational equity, to keep our small schools sustainable and by reducing costs, and then continue to reap the benefits of being part of a supervisory union, because we have been a very successful operating unit. And then also meet the intents of Act 46 because it is the law. Other local values that we as a study committee have felt are very important are keeping schools in our communities. Our administration has stated openly many times that they do not anticipate the need to close a school because all the school populations, although some are smaller than others, are viable and could be strengthened in a more unified system. We are very committed to retaining the individual school culture. You'd be amazed, but in my various hats as a school board member, I get to travel to all the area schools, and it is a uniquely different experience in each school. And it is exciting to see. And that is something that study committee members brought from their communities as a key value. We also were all committed to strengthening that local voice in a unified system with the use of the leadership councils. And then we want to look for ways to improve efficiencies and our ability to share resources and really provide stability to our families, students, and our teaching staff. Families and students were locally within the supervisory union seeing more and more transient families that move frequently throughout the school year. And as a result, under our current system, if they are enrolled at the start of the year in Dummerston and then move to Brattleboro, they need to move to a different school. And so they're uprooted potentially numerous times throughout their school career. A unified system would offer options for allowing the child to stay in that one school, regardless of where the family lived. Yes. Okay. I was trying to get through the presentation so that we could have a big discussion at the end, because there's a lot of information. And this is, yeah. And this is all this is all information that you can find very easily on the study committee's website, or if you have questions, then you can contact me or Christina and we would answer them very easily. But I was trying to provide a bit of a picture of the mindset of the study committee. They are, I have to say, in my probably 14 years of serving on school board, they have been the most outstanding group of people to work with. It has truly been an inspiration working with other school board members and community members that are committed to all of our children in the way that these folks are. And
Maybe if Louis has one question of
Yes.
clarification, I'll take that.
Okay.
Jesse, can you deliver the mic, please? Okay.
Okay. So I'm not going to read you this. This is really just sort of a brief history of where we started back in November 2015 and where we are today. We formed our committee. Local boards nominated local representation to the study committee at one of their, probably at their September, October 2015 board meetings. And then as it is true that as a study committee member, I do not take directives from the local board. I take feedback from the local board to the study committee, and I also take feedback from the Dummerston community to the local, or to the study committee. And I've always viewed my role as a study committee member as representing the community, because this really is a community issue. Oops. So we looked at several models, as I stated before. They didn't really, with the Vernon not being allowed to leave BUHS District 6, we now find ourselves looking at potentially these types of options that are allowed under Act 46. The accelerated, we didn't meet the timeline or the criteria. Conventional, it remains pretty, it's not definitive, but it looks unlikely that we will be able to move forward with the four-town merger given Vernon's remaining in, not being allowed to leave BUHS. But we have sent a letter up to the State Board of Education requesting advice and guidance on our current situation for hopefully some clarity on how we might proceed, because there definitely are some communities that are more interested in unification and moving forward with this than others. The regional education districts, side-by-side, Union Elementary, Modified Union School District, or what we called a MUD, and there's also the self-study. And ultimately, if none of those comes to pass, then it would be the state's decision, as we mentioned in the previous conversation. And what we really need to think about when we look at all of these different options is what Dummerston needs to be sustainable, and that is access to equitable opportunities, and that we do that by retaining a high-quality education. And we need to increase our student base so that we can have lower per pupil spending. So a regional education district is, these are the criteria for forming a regional education district. You have to have at least 1,250 students or merge 4 or more districts. You have to offer pre-K to 12 education, and it can include schools outside of Wyndham Southeast. You cannot operate a grade and also tuition. So obviously this would not allow Vernon to join us, because we would be operating grades 7 through 12, and they tuition. It would be, Red would be designated as its own supervisory district or assigned to a supervisory union. We looked at several scenarios. Suzanne mentioned the Dummerston-Putney option, and as I mentioned, we don't meet that criteria for the number of districts merging or the number of students. Brattleboro and Guilford is a possibility because they would meet some of the requirements. However, if Putney and Dummerston were to join that Red, then we would not be able to operate our grades 7 and 8, our middle school, because of BAMS. BAMS is already operating. And Vernon would need to be excluded because they would lose school choice. Another Red scenario is Dummerston, Putney, Guilford, and Brattleboro. This one meets the requirements, but again, we cannot operate grades 7 and 8 here in this building. Another option would be to create a regional education district with Dummerston and other non-WSESU districts, and right now we don't have any partners identified to do so. A side-by-side district is another preferred model under Act 46. It's 2 or more newly merged districts, or the Reds, as they're called. There needs to be at least 2 sides, and one of those sides needs to operate a pre-K to 12, the grades. And all these Reds in a side-by-side district are part of the same supervisory union after merger. We did the side-by-side scenario that we looked at was Brattleboro and Guilford as one side, and then Putney and Dummerston as another side. But as you can see in big bold letters, it is not compliant with the criteria set forth in Act 46. So then we also looked at Union Elementary districts, where we would merge all the elementary schools together. It would operate a pre-K to 6 system, and then it would have a secondary union high school, or similar to what we have now with BAMS and with BUHS. Some of the scenarios under a union elementary system are Guilford, Putney, Dummerston, and Brattleboro, all operating a pre-K or K to 6 program. And again, that would require us to tuition our students to BAMS, or tuition our students in grades 7 and 8. BAMS and BUHS would operate grades 7 through 12, and then if Vernon were included in this scenario, then it would lose its high school or grade 7 to 12 choice that it's fighting so hard to keep. Another option is Dummerston Putney. We could operate a pre-K to 8, but unfortunately it does not meet any of the criteria set forth in Act 46 or Act 156. It also does not qualify for any of the incentives or allow for protection of our small school grants, which is currently about $34,000 a year. And it does not exempt, if a union elementary were to form between Dummerston and Putney, it would not be exempt from state board review under Act 46 come June 2018 and November 2018. So it still would be scrutinized for efficiencies in meeting the criteria of Act 46, and ultimately the state board could say, you know, we want you to do something else. So another option that's allowed under Act 46 is a modified union, unified union district, affectionately called a MUD. It is a merger of a majority of districts that are currently part of a union high school. Non-merging elementary school districts remain distinct or separate, and then the union high school remains intact. And in this scenario, this is how it would look locally. Brattleboro, Guilford, Putney, BUHS, and BAMS would all be merged and operate a pre-K to 12 program. Dummerston potentially could not join that scenario and remain unmerged and operate a pre-K to 8. And Vernon likewise could not join and operate a pre-K to 6. In this scenario, it's unclear about what their options would be in terms of high school choice. The challenges with a MUD structure are fairly significant. It requires all current supervisory districts to approve a warning to consider forming a MUD. So it would mean all 5 towns would have to approve it. It requires 3 of the 5 towns to approve the warned article. And then a complicating factor is that Vernon, at our last study committee meeting last week, informed us that if that we were to proceed in this fashion, they would file an injunction to block this because it does jeopardize their grades 7 to 12 school choice. Representative Hebert does have a House Bill 239 that is pinned on the wall that he is hoping to get unpinned and moved through that allows Vernon to pursue its own options without having Dummerston's approval to go forward. MUD does require state approval, and the downside, along with of this particular structure plus the other ones that I've showed you, is that the governance structure remains quite complicated. In the case of a MUD, it would consist of 4 boards. There would be 3 school districts and 1 supervisory union. When we looked at this as a study committee, we saw significant advantages for having 1 unified board. And the potential financial implications and educational programming implications of having a unified board really were quite marked. We always have the option of self-study, which it looks like we will end up doing. Again, it's a tough row to hoe. We would be collectively responsible for pre-K to 12. We would have to show that we can achieve economies of scale, we can share resources, and we can maximize our efficiencies. We need to show that we would be operating with the smallest number of member districts as practical, and our combined ADM would be no less than 1,100 students. The self-study, it must address the goals, just like all the other options, and it is very much subject to state board approval. Cindy? Oh, I'm sorry. ADM, it's average daily membership. And it is the student, it's the ADM is, it's that funny number of a student, it's a form of a student count. It's not the actual number of students sitting in chairs in classrooms. It is the weighted count of students. So like Christina said when she was talking about the preschool money, we get to add 0.46 ADM for each preschooler in Dummerston Preschool enrolled in one of the preschool programs we contract with. So
Calvin, I want everybody to be able to hear your question. Jesse, could you bring the microphone? And Calvin, if you wouldn't mind standing and stating your name and then letting everybody hear what you have to say.
Well, I was asking a question about the previous slide, and I didn't know what ADM means, but now it's some kind of weighted student count. But I see it says no less than 1,100, and I'm wondering where Dummerston stands on this count.
we are substantially below that.
So that means that self-study doesn't apply to us.
We would be hard-pressed to present our case, yes. And that's been a message that has been consistent from the Agency of Education and Secretary Holcomb about. I do believe that the Senate Education Committee is doing some tweaks to make it easier for some side-by-side options. And I haven't personally read the legislation that they're proposing, but that is what I'm reading in, according to the information that I follow, you know, that the reports that you get. Yeah. And then, you know, alternative structures, as Dick Verkus said, you know, and he's been saying this since November 2015, why can't we be an alternative governance structure? We can present it to the state board, but when that was mentioned to Secretary Holcomb, she pointed out that the inequities that are already in our system, we would be hard pressed to justify that the supervisory union would be presented as an alternative governance structure.
Yes, I see Inez.
We're still using the mic? So I had a question, and maybe the state can best answer this, but the alternatives that the study committee has been studying are like formal merger alternatives. And isn't it possible in an alternative structure to try to eliminate some of those inequities using something short of merger? So if a full merger is not possible, isn't it possible for Putney and Dummerston to collaborate and share resources? And isn't it possible for Vernon and Guilford to collaborate and share resources? Because I think it's sort of a hardline view to say that nothing short of merger can achieve reducing some of the inequities. I know that some of the laws provide for sharing of an account, and then boards can also perhaps contract to try to, I'm just going down the list of things that Ron mentioned at a meeting, say after school programming or before school programming or a foreign language teacher. I mean, I think at this point we need to start considering what the boards can do And we have a new opportunity now. If the boards are now all going to be engaged in how to satisfy this law, it's an opportunity for new conversations. And all of the ways that these alternative structures fail Act 46 doesn't mean that they can fail under the self-study option, even if we don't meet precise pupil quotas, or even if we aren't able to formally merge. Can't we try to eliminate some of these inequities in something less than a merger? Because otherwise the state's rules are putting us between a rock and a hard place and telling us you can't do anything in between. And that's not currently true. And what can our board do to start new conversations with other boards about how to start meeting the requirements of Act 46 short of a merger?
Well, that was a very long question. I don't know if I retained all of it at this point in the day. That's okay. I think, we now have a mandate from the town meeting floor as a school board, to look at alternative governance structures. But again, the central office is very good about looking for efficiencies. We buy, for example, fuel oil as a supervisory union. We go out, we get a big bid, so we get the best option versus each little district going and buying the smaller quantities. We also bargain or negotiate transportation contracts as a supervisory union. So there are those types of efficiencies that we have sought out and maximized. Where it gets difficult is with programming and staffing. We still would have to hire. It just gets really complicated. It's in a perfect world, yes, we could share much easier than we can now, but there are requirements in place that don't allow us to do that. And again, that's been a frustration of the study committee as a whole, that we haven't been able to find, other options for our communities.
Other questions? Yes, Elizabeth. Here comes the mic, Betsy.
Thank you. My name is Betsy Whitaker. I don't know if this is okay to suggest, but given the time, I wondered if we would let Amy finish her presentation and save the discussions for the end, if that would be okay.
Okay.
Yep. And I don't have much more to go. Yes. So this is just a slide of where things stand across the state. The pink represents areas of successful vote, and then the purpley colored ones, blocks represent town meeting votes that are happening today. And then the yellow show where study committees have formed. And the light blue are the ones, there's only 3 light blue that have, those are where mergers have been defeated. And then this is my last slide. So, as I mentioned earlier, and Suzanne spoke to it about the frustration of the volume of information that is available to you. There's some really great information on the WSESU website. Current draft of the Articles of Agreement and the report are there for you to read through. Feel free to read through, and Christina or I can answer or get answers to most any question you might have. We have spent a lot of time together working through this all, and it has been an interesting process. As I mentioned too, there are those videos that are on the BCTV website, and I actually saw them playing on the BCTV channel the other day. I'm like, wait, that sounds like one of the study committee members' voices, and it was him doing his spiel. And then our town school board, we have a web page with our agendas and our minutes, and we just recently started broadcasting our board meetings. So please go to those sources and feel free to contact any board member or study committee member from Dummerston or other towns too. They're more than willing to talk with you about our work. I do have to say it has been a really difficult process. Our town has not been represented in the best light as the result of the process. And I'm hopeful that we can go forward remembering that this is really, it's not what about all the adults need, it's about what we need to provide to our children in terms of meaningful, relevant, really high quality public education. And I personally, and I'm taking my study committee hat off and my school board hat off, and I'm talking as a parent who's had 4 kids go through this school. This school means a tremendous amount to me. I had one woman yell at me in the parking lot recently, a Dummerston resident, that I should be ashamed of myself that I was trying to run a very good school. And that is not what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do by serving on the Dummerston School Board, by serving on the study committee, by serving as chair of the WSESU, by sitting on the WSESU Finance Committee, by going to the regional meetings, by going to the Senate Education meetings. I'm trying to ensure the longevity and the success of this school so it can be here well beyond the time that I'm in town. And I don't think I'm alone on the study committee with that type of commitment to our local schools. And I've been very heartened in the inherent goodness of people when, by working on this committee, it is really reaffirming to have another community member who doesn't necessarily know me or the school that I represent or the community I represent say that they care about educating our children and their own. And I think that's what really is going to make this potentially a great success, is the people that are serving on the study committee and more of them like them in our communities coming together, regardless of if we form a unified district or not, coming together and really advocating on behalf of our children. And I personally like the 4-town proposal. I'm excited about the educational opportunities it could offer our students. It could bring foreign language as not just a couple hours of Chinese during the week, but a regular program that could be worked into the day at a very affordable cost. It could also provide an opportunity for us to have a technology integration specialist that works with our staff and our students to really make the most of the World Wide Web and all the good things it has to offer. And it could enhance our programming. We do really great programming here thanks to Jo Carroll and her staff. But again, I personally am never quite satisfied. This is really good, but I know we can do better. And that's one of the things that keeps me motivated and moving forward as a study committee member and as a school board member is I know we're doing good now, we can do better. And how do we get to that point? So I would like to reassure folks that I do have our town's best interests and the school's best interests in my role as a study committee member. I haven't particularly enjoyed the name calling, the physical threats, the yelling across the parking lot, the underhanded politicking that's been going on in recent years amongst our local board and in our community. But I will keep on because I am interested in doing better for our kids.
Okay, I'd like to open it up now for questions and comments. I do want to urge all of us to remember the sections of our invocation that say, let us advocate for our positions, but not at the expense of others, and that our neighbors with whom we disagree are good people with hopes and dreams as true and high as ours. Amy, could you hand your mic over to Mike and introduce yourself?
Sure. Michael McGillian. I'm a school board member as well as Amy and Katie over there and Emily and Christina, and I think it goes without saying that all of us are interested in serving up on a school board because we have the best interests and want the best education possible for our children, and that goes without saying. And second, I had a question for Amy with respect to the Act 46 portion, this presentation. Is it safe to say that the Act 46 Study Committee, as it's presently composed, has really looked only at merger partners within the current supervisory union?
No, we spoke, I believe, in October or November of 2015. We talked with representatives from Marlborough. There was a joint meeting of Putney, Dummerston, and Marlborough that happened, and with the study committee meeting following. We've also had informal conversations with them as well. But it never materialized into anything significant where they would join in with us.
I guess just a follow-up question. We saw a map a little while ago where there's some votes happening today, and that may provide opportunity for the school board as a whole to, not just as the Act 46 Study Committee, but for the Dummerston Town School Board to look at possible merger partners other than those that exist within the present supervisory union in the event that some of those votes are unsuccessful and the study committees are thus disbanded under the law. Is that correct?
I don't know if that's a possibility or not. It depends on the inclinations of those districts not merging, whether or not they would want to talk with Dummerston. I do have a coworker that is chair of the Wyndham Northeast union, and fairly early on in our process, when I realized that she was doing the same thing there for her district that I was doing down here, we did have, again, some informal conversations, but it really never materialized into anything distinct. And, I'm thinking of Westminster. They seem adamantly against unification. So I don't know where we would find our partners. It would be a process trying to locate them. So.
Other questions? Jody in the back?
Not a question exactly. Jody Normando. I just wanted to present a little bit of an alternative. There is a group called Local Communities for Local Schools. It's quite a large group now that has members from Westminster, Putney, Dummerston, Brattleboro, Guilford, Vernon, Marlborough, and Wardsboro, and with all the same intent of coming up with possible alternatives to this. And if anybody's interested in any further information, we have a website. It's infoact46.org. That's infoact46.org. There are other sides to this issue. Thank you.
Suzanne?
Amy, you said Dummerston isn't looked at as being a helpful player in this process. I forget your exact words. Is that because of the Vernon vote, or are there other things as well? I'd like to sort of know what the undercurrents are about that.
I think if you have the opportunity to watch some of the study committee work sessions, there is specific behavior that's been disruptive, and unpleasant. I fully like the passion of the people that come from Dummerston to these study committee meetings, but I do have concern about how that passion has played out since November 2015, and it has not played out well. In fact, other people have been encouraging me to move. They told me I'm welcome to come live in their town. So it just has not reflected well the dialogue that's happened. It's been loud, it has been interruptive, it's been disrespectful at times, and to me it's been disappointing that we can't have just a level conversation like this about the pros and cons and what people value. It's definitely been more confrontational, and like I mentioned, it has ended up, with people swearing at me and it being physically intimidating. The woman yelling at me from across the parking lot. It's increased to a level that's just, not conducive for dialogue, and it's unfortunate.
Christina?
So Christina Naylor, and I wanted to clarify some of the size requirements because it's very hard to talk about alternative governance structure that Calvin, I believe you had asked about. Alternative governance structure and self-study are different in the statute. Alternative governance structure in the statute refers to pretty much us staying the way we are. And the language for that reads that the whole district would have to be 1,100. So that would be, if the supervisory union stayed the way it was, we would meet the ADM requirements for that. There are no ADM requirements for self-study in the statute. So because we kind of shared the slide, it got very confusing to present that information. But if the SU, as it currently exists, wanted to pursue the alternative governance structure, we do meet the ADM requirement for that. It's not just judged by the voters of Dummerston. And my handy smartphone that my husband gave me for Christmas did come in handy today. I'd also like to address Michael's question about meeting with other communities, because I set that up because Marlborough had reached out to us. Last summer, the Dummerston Town School Board wanted to look at what other options were available to us. We reached out to Donna Russo-Savage, who's legal counsel for the Agency of Education, and arranged to drive up to meet with Donna Russo-Savage to find out what alternative governance structures, what self-study, what MUDs, REDs, what would work for Dummerston. We had the meeting all set up. We were all going to give up a day of our summer to meet with her, and a few days before the meeting, she emailed back to say she wouldn't meet with the Dummerston Town School Board because we are represented on a study committee, and because the rules for alternative governance structure had not come out. So it's impossible to meet with other towns if the AOE won't even sit with us to explain the law and the implications for our town. So I've had many calls from Marlborough's representatives since then. Is Dummerston interested? Mike Hebert, the Vernon rep, stopped by my office to see if we could talk, so I don't think that conversations are completely stopped, but our hands are tied as a school board if we have to interpret a very difficult to interpret law without any guidance.
And that has been a huge challenge with this.
I'm going to keep calling on folks out here. Yes.
Linda Heldas. This may sound a little ridiculous, but of course, I know a lot of people are speaking from emotion, and it's like, we're going to lose our school, we've invested in it, et cetera, et cetera. I'm trying to think of the advantages for the children as far as there can be more offered to them. Now, this sounds crazy, but if they do join, does the town of Dummerston still retain this property, or does it go to the district as an asset? If for some reason this school was closed, but what are the chances that this school is going to be closed?
I'm not sure that anyone can answer what the chances are. There's way too much up in the air still. My understanding is that if there is a merger, the town would no longer own the asset of the building and the property.
Can I just add one thing? So if in the language of the articles as drafted, there is wording in there that the district, a unified district, would sell the school property back to the town for $1 if it closed a school.
Okay.
So.
Any other questions, comments? Yes, Paul.
Thank you. Paul Normando. I think probably the best, and a suggestion to bring back to the study committee is why not just bring this to a vote now, get it out of the way, disband the study committee if the vote is not successful, and then the communities can regroup, have another conversation, a more widely involved conversation, including the members of the community, including, as Jody suggested this afternoon, teachers, perhaps even students, and all the stakeholders. My experience with the study committee in a number of meetings that I attended is that it's been a one focused project to get to a merger as quickly as possible. And obviously the Vernon situation threw a monkey wrench in it. But if this whole thing is going to collapse, let it collapse now and start over with a sufficient amount of time, get new people involved. The study committee is tired, I'm sure. They've been doing this for 15 months. I'm tired from going to the meetings and I'm not participating in all of the dialogue that they have to do and not going into all the questions that they are. But it is a very arduous process. So, it doesn't look like it's going to be successful. So why not just call it a day, disband the study committee, and move on? Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Any further other business? Then I would entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting of the Town School District.
I move.
Is there a second? All in favor of adjourning the school district portion of our day, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I won't even ask about no's. I think we're all set. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for a very good day.